Okay, so welcome again. Happy to convene this public session of our design panel meeting. Um, And we have almost a full panel in attendance today in person and several people online, so welcome everyone. Um, Small order of business here. First item is simply to approve the minutes. Everyone had a chance to read those. Motion of approval from Pat, seconder. David, thank you. Um, And review of today's agenda, there are just two items and they're both here for issues identification, so there won't be any votes. Quayside Infrastructure Public Realm and of course Ontario Place Public Realm, both for issues ID. Before we move forward, opportunity to declare any conflicts of interest or recusals from panel members.
Yes, and that's me on the second item.
George, okay. Anyone else online? Opportunity for conflict of interest, recusals?
I think
I
Eric,
believe Eric, I don't know if you're online, I believe you had mentioned
he said they were working on approvals.
your firm was working on this, so I'll take that as face value and note Eric. So George and Eric will not participate in item 2 o'clock. Okay, review of the day's agenda, updates. Pina, do you want to give the updates, my understanding?
I think I will give the.
Oh, you, okay, okay.
Chris, I also wonder if Chris is on the line.
Yeah, I don't know.
He is
Actually, the swim.
his account is.
He's on the beach.
He's swimming.
Shark dot.
Sure.
All right, Leon, go ahead.
So a quick recap of last month's project. So 1 to 7 Young, phase 4 and 5. Being here in this photo, so it's parcel B, the southern half of the site, came for detailed design review. We have communicated the consensus comments over to the proponent team. They received the full support from the panel because it was detailed design, it was their last review. And having full support, that means they have completed the design review process. We will not see this project again unless, the design drastically changes or there's a really specific reason why. So the project will continue to advance the site plan application review process with city staff. We also saw Basic Media Hub for the very first time, issues ID. No vote was taken for this project. We have had a debrief meeting with the team, and they are working towards submitting their very first site plan application later this month. And once that is complete, we will regroup and plan for the schematic design return in Q4 this year. So that's it for DRP project updates. I have a few slides here on construction project updates. I can just do these really quickly. Pina, feel free to add any additional comments. So, we've been showing you progress photos for York Street Park. This month, there's been some significant progress made on the pond mosaic. So here I'm showing 3 photos. You can kind of see the sequence of the mosaic installation. They come in, the tiles are delivered in pre-laid sheets, kind of these large patches, which are adhered to the precast curbs, which you saw last month. And then in the second photo there, you can see the patches being stitched together using smaller tiles, smaller strips, and then it's grouted, cleaned, and sealed to give that kind of sheen and protection it needs. Pina, is there anything you would like to add?
This is now almost complete, actually. We are grouting. Last time I was on site last week, we were grouting it, and we had halfway completed grouting, and the tile work was complete except for one portion, which was waiting on all the pond mechanical work first before putting the tile down and making sure that's all in place. So we're moving pretty quickly now through construction, and while we had, we will probably be substantially complete the project this year. We're probably not going to open it until the spring to allow for the park planting to get established before we open it up officially. It's really exciting. The mosaic looks phenomenal.
On Portland's flood protection, some construction photo updates. So here's a photo that is showing the excavation of the canoe cove on the north side of Polson Slip. The crews are creating small islands in the cove. Once complete, this will be part of Promontory Park South. It's a place where you can launch small watercrafts with little islands. You can kind of pedal around. I have another.
So is that just beyond the machinery? Is that the existing edge of the slip we're looking at, that line running between the two bodies of water?
There's a long skinny kind of island that I believe is the existing edge of the slip. They've maintained it and they're not cutting it down until the end because that way they can work in a more protected area.
So the water level in the near foreground here is higher than the water level beyond that line. Is that right? Am I reading that
I
right?
don't think so. I think they're the same level, but there is the
thing
sheet
in
pile
between.
is in between and it'll be cut down at a later time. And then the string of islands is there so that they can move the excavator across. And then they'll break that into the action.
So the harbor water is in fact already in this cove.
It is already in and it looks.
So
great.
the dike between the portion which has got water in it and the portion which is excavated is further to the left of this photo, right? Is that somewhere around
Yes,
Cherry
that's
Street?
further to the left. So we'll be switching traffic on Cherry to allow us to start digging out the plug that's keeping the river in the dry at this point, the new river in the dry.
And when is that happening?
We're switching traffic in August and starting the plug is not going to be like, a 1-day affair. It's quite a long process to open up the two plugs. We have two
Oh,
plugs.
so even that, the opening up is not far off either then.
Well,
the beginning of it, at
We're
least.
still on track for 2024 completion of the project, which includes all the planting and park components. So I don't know exactly when the water is going to start flowing, but it isn't that far off.
I noticed that the TSA was posting pictures of a tour that they took through here. Is there any chance that the panel could get a walking tour through the construction?
I'll let Chris decide, but I'm sure that we can make that happen. Yes, there was a TSA tour last week through the site on Thursday. Yeah, I'm sure we can do that. It's pretty phenomenal. And that moment standing there, the water is pretty flat. It really feels quite wonderful what Canoe Cove
I
has
should do it in
created.
September while you're still on the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
should. Yes. We'll try to coordinate something. See if we can make
Coordinated
it happen.
around the final meeting with our friend here.
We could have our social out at the tip there.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to give it to her, so we'll.
I was thinking if there's any water, we could celebrate by throwing Peter in.
The words out of my mouth.
A desire you've been harboring for 8 years.
The shallow cove. It's
Yeah, you're the expert.
Okay, Leon, anything else?
Yeah, a couple more photos here of the new bridges that have been delivered. So on the top photo, you see the second of the Cherry Street North Bridge. So the second one has the cycling, pedestrian, and vehicular access, and arrived early in July. It's already sitting in place, and we actually saw that earlier this month. And like the first bridge, this one traveled along St. Lawrence Seaway to get here. The bottom there, you can see the second of the two pedestrian bridge that have been installed. So these bridges are prefabricated, they arrive on site, lifted by crane. And here in the future, when water comes through, this bridge will cross the main river channel and it connects the park on either side.
On the bridges, where are they manufactured? Top ones.
So they were made in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
No, they came down the
That's great.
North Seaway. It's a bridge manufacturing company, and they were building one at a time in their shop, their welding shop, and then went out to a big tent to be painted, and then craned onto a boat right there in their facility and off to Toronto.
Very cool.
So they're all here now.
Any other slides?
That's it for the construction update. We'll see if we can coordinate this PLFP tour in September. If not, I will be sure to show more photos. I think there's vegetation already in place. There's more bridges. Gotta gather all those. Yeah.
But what's the update? Remember last meeting, I said when the excavation was done, some seeds were unearthed that came back to life after hundreds of
Interesting.
years being buried. What-
It's a wetland grass or something.
Yeah,
That is 100
Only
years
one,
old.
only
Yeah.
one.
I read about that. It's amazing.
well, 100 years still. You know.
We have, we actually are partnering
There's hope
with
for
U of
us.
T,
You know.
and U of T has taken some of those seeds into a lab, and they are
Yeah.
seeing successful germination. And then TRCA took some over to Tommy Thompson Park, and we're hoping to bring some of them back
Okay.
to PLFP.
But amazing.
It's really cool.
Very
Okay.
cool.
Amy, do you have anything else you want to add before we move forward here? I don't know.
I'll just run through the upcoming agenda real quick.
Yeah.
So these are draft agendas. Of course, August, we have no meeting, and we'll return in September. It's looking pretty full, but we will confirm when we get a little closer. Legacy art project, so that is the Terry Fox art installation plus landscape done by Dita. That will return for the third and final review if they receive full support. Parliament slip is on the agenda for schematic design. And then destination playground is also on the agenda, plus the pavilion itself, also here for schematic design. On the waiting list, we have Reese Park schematic design. We saw this project, I think, 1.5 years ago. And hopefully we'll see it come back. West Donlands Block 13, we're already speaking with the development team on confirming that. It's either going to be September or October. And there is a new issues ID that might come in September or October, which is the Waterfront East LRT Villiers Transit Line. So this will, we've already seen, Queens Quay East LRT 2B, 2C. This will include also the commissioner's stretch of that project. In October, maybe Ontario Place will come back for a draft plan. So this is the second review for the public realm design. We have a new issues ID for King Queen Triangle, which is a public art site, but there's also a landscape component. So that project will focus on the landscape design. I already mentioned Block 13, that's a maybe. Reese Park. So it's looking like, depending how the schedule will get finalized, it's looking like we have full day meetings for both of those months. So that's it, me, Paul.
Okay. Okay, 11:45, we're right on. So let's move to Quayside infrastructure and public realm issues identification. I think you're gonna do the introduction.
Let me just make sure they're all.
Yeah,
Shelley on?
let me just see here. Shelley's not on yet. Yeah, maybe we'll give it another minute. Yvonne's here, I think city staff's here.
I can get started. Yvonne, we know Shelley's coming for sure, right? If I get started, she'll just join us in progress?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
we
why
will
don't
be
I get
presenting.
started and we'll make sure Shelley's on by the time I get to the end of my slides. I'm going to provide an introduction to the panel on the Quayside infrastructure and public realm project and introduce the team who will walk us through some initial thinking. It is here for issues ID, so it's pretty early in the process. And well, first of all, orienting us all, Quayside is on the eastern waterfront. It's 12 acres that you can see via the pink L-shaped box on the plan that we see here, and it spans between Bonnycastle, east side of Bonnycastle, over to the silos, which are actually privately owned, so the silos are not part of the Quayside site. Next slide. So the Quayside Infrastructure and Public Ground Project consists of all the infrastructure, internal streets, Parliament Street, Parliament Plaza, and Water's Edge Promenade components of the larger Quayside public ground project. And there was a map that I will walk through in just a second. Waterfront Toronto will lead the design and construction of this project as master developer and delivery agent to the City of Toronto. And this will be done in coordination with the preferred development partner for Quayside. So the Quayside Impact Team, pending reaching agreement with them. Waterfront Toronto has undertaken a public procurement for this scope of work. We've retained WSP, who has as their design consultant Westate and DTAH, and they will be leading the design of this work over the course of the many years to come. Other consultants have been retained or will be retained in the future for other components of the Quayside site, including the Queens Quay project. Silo Park will be a future consultant, Parliament Slip Lakeville, and Parliament Slip activation. So those projects are all on different streams with different consultants, but need to be closely coordinated. The Quayside Impact Team will deliver and design the construction of the privately owned, publicly accessible open spaces that are interior to the development blocks at Quayside. We go to the next slide. I'll describe this via diagram. So we've got 5 streams of work at Quayside. There's the Quayside Public Realm and Infrastructure that's here today for issues identification that's being led by WSP, Westate, and DTH. There is the pedway or publicly accessible private spaces that are going to be designed and delivered by the Quayside Impact Team. The design of this has not yet started other than what was in their RFP submission. However, they have committed to SLA and PMA as their landscape architects, and they will present to DRP as part of their development review process. There's the Queens Quay and Transit Project, which is another stream. This has already been to DRP twice. In June of 2021, they presented issue ID. In September, they presented SD, and they'll return for DD at some point in the future. The Silo Park project is going to be its own procurement process. We'll probably run a design competition for that, and they will present once they are retained. And the Parliament Slip project, which the panel just recently saw, is being done by Westate and DTH together with a different engineer, which is Moffett and Nickel, their marine engineer. They're currently at the 10% design phase and will return to DRP for their SD presentation at some point in the fall. Now we'll walk through all the same pieces on a map. So if you go to the next slide, the same color coding moves on to the map. So today's presentation is the projects that you see in orange on the screen. And the presentation isn't going to go into detail on each of those projects, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear that it isn't everything happening at Quayside. It's a select handful of projects that this team is leading. And that integration is something that absolutely needs to happen so that we get a unified vision, but that it isn't necessarily fully integrated at this point because we're early days in the process. So the orange, which is what we'll talk about today, consists of Bonnycastle East Side, the Lakeshore Public Ground Plan, which of course will build off of the work we've already done, Small Street, Parliament Street realignment. Today it goes on a steep angle and will get straightened out to tee into an extension of Queens Quay. 2 portions of Parliament Plaza that get created as setbacks for the buildings, Street A, Street D, and the Water's Edge Promenade around a future Block 5. I'm going to walk through and try to move really quickly. Some principles that we set as part of the RFP process for both the developer and for the team that we retained to do the public realm and infrastructure to help guide us in developing the design for the Quayside public realm. So these are pretty high level. I'll walk through them very quickly. Equity is the first one. And this is about ensuring that we create a public space that recognizes the cultural diversity of Toronto, equitably welcomes Black, Indigenous, and people of color as users of these spaces, and acknowledges and works together with our Indigenous partners because the lands that we're working on are, of course, the traditional territories of the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation, and also spaces that are used by our urban Indigenous communities. Next slide. Accessibility. So Waterfront Toronto has been working on developing accessibility design guidelines for components of the waterfront that are unique. And we would expect that anything we design would meet the highest standards of accessibility. And in fact, should be pushing the barriers in this sphere. Setting new standards for sustainability in the public realm. We've always strived to be a leader in sustainable design and climate resiliency, and we really want to see how that makes its way into the delivery of the public realm in Quayside. Next slide. Health and well-being. We've learned a lot, I think, in the last 2 years of the importance of landscape and green space to our health and well-being and to residents of Toronto. And so we want to ensure that Quayside really fosters a connection between the people who live here and nature by maximizing access to green space, and hence where the idea of the Petway came from as part of this process. Activation and engagement. We want to make sure that what we design allows for year-round activation. Next slide. And continuity with the broader waterfront. So I think, you know, Quayside, well, is an eastern gateway to the waterfront. And well, you know, of course, it'll aim to have its own identity. It should also fit as part of the larger waterfront identity that we've already started to establish through revitalization. Next slide. And I don't have to tell you guys about the importance of design excellence in all of our projects, but for sure this one. So I'll quickly walk through some context. You know most of this context, but I will just reiterate it quickly. Of course, the Quayside Public Realm and Infrastructure is in support of delivering a revitalization here in the Quayside site, and so the adjacent 5 development parcels are intended to be delivered by a development partner. And we are currently working with Quayside Impact as our preferred proponent for this site. And you see the site plan here. They obviously have a huge commitment to delivering a cohesive landscape identity for the site. And so integrating with that is going to be a critical piece of the work we have to do on this project. Next, it should be seamless when we're done. And if it isn't, we've made a mistake. Next slide. There's a rendering of the vision from the Quayside Impact team, who proposes, the Petway was part of the RFP as a requirement, and they've proposed the community forest concept for the Petway between the development blocks. Next slide. The Eastern Waterfront Transit Project and the delivery of Queens Quay, and the importance of coordinating the public realm we deliver here with a vision for Queens Quay. Waterfront wide vision for Queens Quay. That is here. Slide. We have already set a standard for the delivery of the internal streets, and in fact, the Quayside site is only building the east side of Bonnycastle. So what we have showed in this image is the west side of Bonnycastle. It's going to be important that, you know, we coordinate with a lot of the north-south streets that have already been built and ensure that we continue in creating, you know, we deliver a continuous fabric across the precinct. And then the Lakeshore Public Realm Plan has come to this panel before. The next slide. So what we do on Lakeshore needs to coordinate with the work that's already been delivered. already been reviewed by this panel and delivered the pilot piece of. And the idea is that each development block delivers, another piece of that frontage and we get a cohesive whole at the end. Slide. Parliament slip, which you've seen recently. Next slide, I think summarizes a lot of really amazing feedback we got from this panel when we came for issues identification on Parliament slip. Next slide. And this is where we're at. We're here to talk about issues identification for the orange components within the larger Quayside public realm plan. Some questions. I think we covered the topic of integration quite a bit in the previous slides, but where are the opportunities for integration with some of the other projects, particularly the proposed community forest concept of the Quayside Impact Team, the interface with other major design projects like Queens Quay Lakeshore and Parliament Slip, and how we make this fit within the bigger whole, but yet give it its own big idea. And then also, how do we push the bar? You saw Bonnycastle West Side. What can we do better? What's the 2.0 version of some of the work we've already been working on? Are we true to the 7 public realm principles that I just presented? And where are some opportunities to push the bar on sustainability in the work that we do? With that, I think I'm turning it over, Shelley, to you. I saw Adrian jumped on as well, so I'm not sure who's going first.
Hi, Tina. Thanks. Yeah, if I will share my screen and do the presentation. If you could please make it a presenter.
So Shelley
Oh.
Long and Adrian Goose are here from
Yeah.
West State. And then Yvonne Lamb is here representing DTH, and Michael Guido is here from WSP. Those are some of the core team members. But as you can see, we have, about 20 other team members on as well. So welcome to all of you.
Okay, Shelley, you ready?
Yeah, thank you, Pina, for the introduction. Can you see my screen?
We can see.
Okay, thank you, Pina. All right, in addition to introducing the team, myself, Ariane, Yvonne, Corinne, and Michael from WSP, I'm also coming to you today on behalf of our greater design excellence team, who I'd also like to introduce, and that's Minokamik Collective, Multi Banani Lighting, DTM Energy, and Shore Plan Engineers. So that's the full team that will be delivering the infrastructure and public realm project. Today, our presentation is 3 simple parts for issues ID. We're going to begin with the site analysis, context, and constraints, and then go into our design vision in response to the RFP that Waterfront has so intimately set out, opportunities and precedents. And lastly, we'll walk through the concept designs that the same team here today produced for the due diligence phase in 2021. So this was the work that predated everything that you see today. To begin with, of course, we're going to zoom out to the scale of Toronto and introduce Quayside in the context of the multiple woven waterfront that you're familiar with West State and DTA's Central Waterfront Master Plan, but also to reintroduce this idea of the green foot of Toronto that connects the river to river at the lake edge. Quayside is at the easternmost edge of the kind of silo to silo bookend Central Waterfront, and a key connector between the Central Waterfront and the Portlands and Villiers Island. It has the tendency to want to have a greener character, similar to on the west side by the Music Garden, and is hugging gently in her elbow Parliament Slip in this, and with the silo building framing it in the same way the mirror image of the silo building in Bathurst Quay are on the west. Because of this continuity with the Central Waterfront identity, there is inevitably this continuous material palette, which this team is dedicated to implementing in the Quayside public realm, granite, Canadian wood, and healthy mature trees. This is a simple palette that is bold and authentic and successful and has brought Toronto a great sense of place and identity throughout the world. Today, Quayside is composed of a series of empty lots, privatized water's edge, and a number of single-story buildings that will eventually be replaced by the type of urban growth that you have been witnessing growing eastward from the CN Tower all the way out into the Don River area. You can see here the recent work undertaken by Waterfront Toronto to build the Portlands and Villiers Island and the proximity of Quayside to this important land building new river mouth. As well, Quayside is on the edge of the Keating Channel. It is the, let's say, last development that when you're leaving the Keating Channel, and bordered on the north side by the really disconnected and disoriented Lakeshore Boulevard experience, which, as you know, Adrian and myself have presented to you at the DRP some years ago of the public ground vision for that site. Quayside is a great opportunity, we think, to extend this Greenfoot language, the urban landscape, into a continuous green edge that spills south from Lakeshore Boulevard and begins actually at the Gardner Expressway and gives it a new identity that continues all the way through Parliament Plaza, down the Water's Edge Promenade, Silo Park, and into the Portlands and Villiers Island. So this context is incredibly important for when we're considering the public realm components today. Parliament Street is the heart of the Quayside district. It is a connector that extends into the urban communities north of the Lakeshore and Gardiner barrier, let's say. And most importantly, what distinguishes it from its sisters, Jarvis and Sherbourne Street, is the proximity of the cultural and historical hub of the Distillery District. So the proximity between these communities, the Distillery and Quayside, is one that we want to foster with a very human connection at Lakeshore. In addition to that north-south important connection, we also have a very important east-west connection of the Water Edge Promenade and the Waterfront Walk that links a series of world-class waterfront parks, public art, and stories of water, including Parliament Slip and Sherbourne Commons, to our site. And lastly, as I already mentioned, the stepping stone to the Portlands, which is being linked today with a new bridge, potentially in the future also with another bridge between the two communities. Today, when we look at the urban grain, the context of what's happening to the west of Quayside, there's two important things I want to point out. One is this mid-block connection or a kind of pedway connection that Pina is mentioning, and the continuous urban grain and materialization of the inner streets of the Bayside district. Tomorrow, Quayside will have to play a key transition role in kind of repeating and extending this language of the pedway in her own character, and also again extending and connecting this language of inner streets north-south, again in her own character, but also maintaining continuity with everything and building on everything that's been done to the west. It will also be a key piece of the puzzle as the Silo and 3C lands get built out to the east. And together these will form a continuous urban grain, a network.
Yeah, Shelley, sorry, to add to this is, sorry for interrupting, but the interesting thing about Toronto Waterfront mission for the last 15 years is the delivery of 2-3 blocks deep, continuous waterfront. It is a golden mile on Queensquay Boulevard. But today it evolves into a sort of, the public spaces into a sort of village scale. It's walkable, it is pleasant, it's human scale, it is bikes, it's people meeting, and that's a very good forecast for a future rich plinth programming. And so I think it is very relevant, and your team as a reflection on all these urban plans and developments delivered this village approach for the urban public spaces. Thank you. Shelley.
Yeah, and here's the plinth that Adrian was just mentioning. I wanted to clarify for the design review panel these two adjacent projects, which Adrian and myself are both involved in, but have separate DRP review processes. That is the Queens Quay Boulevard, which is a really important central spine that provides transit and multimodal movement east-west through the Quayside site, and cuts her, right in the middle. And the Lakeshore Boulevard Public Realm project. This is a photo of the pilot project that was built a few summers ago, and is the edge. Let's go to the next slide. The mobility edge on the north side of Quayside. In terms of accessing the site, we have three really important north-south bike routes: Jarvis, Sherbourne, and Parliament. The future Queens Quay East project, which will bring enhanced cycling and multimodal facilities, as well as the streetcar onto Queens Quay. The continuous Water's Edge promenade, that will be pedestrian, and bus service as well, and streetcar service into the Portlands. Also wanted to go back to this slide to mention quickly, Quayside sits halfway between the East Bayfront Precinct Plan and the Keating Channel Precinct Plan from a planning perspective. The Keating Channel Precinct begins roughly here, right through the center of Quayside. And from the plan I quote, is at the crossroads of natural and civic infrastructure defined by transitions. And I think that's something to keep in mind throughout this review process. And this project is not just about public realm, of course, it's also about all of the pipes and electricity and services that will provide the future community at Quayside with the infrastructure they need to live their daily lives. So the existing situation of underground utilities is shown on the screen. Key one to note is the existing CSO facility that does cross through our site is not part of our scope of work to touch the CSO, but we are very conscious that it is there and to design around it. Many of the existing utilities and future ones that will be built will be connected with Queens Quay, which is why it's very positive that ourselves, as well as WSP, who are the lead engineer on the Queens Quay project, are working together to progress these projects simultaneously. All right, it's a busy slide, but Quayside tomorrow is going to be a really rich and amazing place. I'll go starting with the Quayside Impact Development, which Pina showed quickly on the screen. They will be responsible for blocks 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, shown here on the screen. In the additional context, we have 12 Bonnycastle Street, Bayside Phase 2, our existing Water's Edge Promenade, Parliament Slip, and to the east, the Victory Silos redevelopment, which is in the site plan application stage, and as I mentioned already, Queens Quay and Lakeshore Boulevard, making a nice little bow around our site. So I'd like to spend a bit of time now talking about the design vision and opportunities that Westside Vita and WSP and Minokamik spent a very long time in the RFP phase of this project, reflecting on Waterfront Toronto's 7 principles of place that they gave to us, and how we have translated that into a potential vision for the site. We started by looking at Quayside in the context of Toronto's changing shoreline. In this kind of next chapter of this beautiful story of how the lake edge is moving closer and closer toward the island, and with it moving the green foot of Toronto closer and closer toward the island, as well as Tommy Thompson Park gets built out. And this story of land making and sort of reforesting was really captivating to us in the concept phase. Of course, this is Adrian's quote from 2009, which we are very much still dedicated to, this illusion of the Canadian lakefront and the mythology of the outdoors. But what's different about our presentation today is the introduction of innovation as a two-eyed seeing onto our design team. And I quote this quote from Marie Sinclair on the screen, because this project is a really great opportunity for an integrative design process that's transdisciplinary, and we aim to be inclusive of a range of local Indigenous community perspectives when working on the public realm design. That's with respect to ecological and cultural functions to the area and creating beautiful ways for everyone to connect their environment to their environment in the public space. So we came up with this very napkin sketch, Quayside, the sacred hailing forest at the urban doorstep. How would it look if in our two-eyed seeing approach, we take the most cutting edge urban forestry techniques and combine them with the oldest, most ancient indigenous knowledge that we can have on our team to create a new kind of urban forest at the edge of Toronto's waterfront. We looked at 5 precedent projects that we shared with Waterfront Toronto in the RFP phase that were doing similar kinds of work or inspiring kinds of work. And we asked ourselves 5 big picture questions that responded to Waterfront Toronto's 7 principles of equity, accessibility, new standards and sustainability, health and well-being, activation engagement, continuity in the waterfront, and design excellence. So we asked ourselves, could we increase access to restorative nature? So not just a street tree, but a tree that actually gives you a sense of health and lushness at the edge of Lake Ontario. We looked at how can we integrate traditional ecological knowledge and indigeneity into our design and design processes. Minokamik has been involved with our design team from day one and has been leading us in training and participating in the design sessions in a very multidisciplinary way, which has been really exciting and fun, I have to say. Third, how can we manage rainwater as a resource at a holistic integrated district scale? And this is a question also about integration, perhaps with the developer. And every innovation that we bring to the project, we'd like to deliver the highest quality of public realm, but also the highest quality quality of life for people and other living things, including the birds and the insects and the water. We also asked big picture, what can a carbon neutral public realm look like in cost? This is a very common question now, I think, in the architecture field. In the landscape field, we are asking ourselves, what does a 7-generation plaza look like, 7-generation street? How do we make conscious energy and material choices given the existing palette that we set out for ourselves? And lastly, how do we create and manage this lakefront urban forest in an unpredictable and changing climate? And how do we create connections with nature in this changing climate? So our lighting designers have talked a lot about biophilic lighting and potentially making this place somewhere you can feel time, experience the seasons, but also have comfortable microclimates and understand growth and changes to the forest. So with all that said, I'll walk through quickly the due diligence concept designs from 2021. We're currently in the detailed design, and so this doesn't reflect our current thinking, so to speak, but to give you an idea of what these public spaces could look like. Again, to just reiterate what the scope of the project is, it's 5 consistent inner streets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Green lungs, this is Parliament Plaza, which is really the green gateway to the project, coming down under Lakeshore Boulevard, and a continuous primary waterfront. That's the Water's Edge Promenade in an L shape here. The 5 consistent inner streets, we'd like to build on the successes of the high quality public realm that we have done in Bayside, but also revisit them in a kind of 2.0 version to see, can we have more bioretention, better microclimate, and even more identity in the urban forest? Like, I live on a street with oak trees. How could that be an experience that we convey through place? So for the DRP to just familiarize yourself with the project. Bonnycastle Street here, we are building the east side only, small street. Street A, which is north of Queens Quay. Street D, next to Block 5, south of Queens Quay. And Lakeshore Boulevard compose our 5 consistent inner streets. A really important thing that we like to also help achieve this seamless public realm is to make sure that our design goes from building face to building face, and then integrates at key moments with the developer's project.
Shelley, to go back to this diagram, what is very relevant in our anticipation is this, the new Toronto waterfront in this portion as well will be built with a lot of skyscrapers. So these tall towers have a tendency to be autonomous, footloose, to have their parking entrance, etc. But they are welcomed on the waterfront. So if we deliver these urban side streets as a continuum, as places where you have a sidewalk, where you can walk your dog, where you can meet your neighbor, then there is a sort of a difference. Then the skyscrapers don't become midtown or suburban, they become engaging with the waterfront, and the communities are linking. And we think this community building and making a streetscape which is both for visitors, for all people using Toronto, and the local communities, that is a key element. And the easiest thing is to not build them. And we think that they are really the cement between the bricks. They are the key element.
Mhm. At the center of our project is Parliament Plaza, which actually is a bit of a misleading name that we will rename throughout the design process probably. But separated by Parliament Street in the center, we have two privately owned public spaces that we see as this opportunity to create a really amazing mini forest or green lungs for Quayside. So an opportunity here is potentially looking at how do we make Parliament Street feel more like part of immersive landscape and not just a city street in Toronto. There's also the opportunity for a higher level of maintenance here because it will eventually be privately operated. So the health of the forest, will be part of our design process as well. Let's see. Oh, it's also the most immersive green portion of. So Adrian is talking about, the side streets being the mortar between the bricks. So we think this is really, let's say, the ornamental piece of the facade, where it really gives the Quayside district the identity that she deserves. The final component of the public realm design would be our continuous primary waterfront, the Water's Edge Promenade, which is actually, this key link between the Villiers Island in Portland and part of the Keating Channel precinct. So there's some opportunities here to look at the Water's Edge Promenade again with new eyes and look at, again, more bioretention, more social seating. How do we improve the microclimate, and thinking about the views and the connections to Villiers Island and Keating Channel. There's potentially two bridges landing on this Water's Edge Promenade on the Keating Channel, which makes for some complex grade changes and view experiences that will have to be studied carefully. And also the continuity with the rest of the Water's Edge Promenade, which is so successful in the East Bayfront District.
Yeah, the authentic client vision of the Toronto Waterfront Master Plan was to have a primary waterfront connected, let's say, most of the slips connected by bridges. This portion need to be delivered yet. As a result of that, in between the slips, there's always a piece of land, which is 1, and then there's another piece of land, and the next one is 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. Imagine that here, this is very precious because the new extensions on the other side of the water, left and right of Parliament, bridges would make 1 + 1 + 1 is 5. They multiply. They will create connectivity, which is the way Jane Jacobs explained the successful urbanity. So people will meet, no matter you are commuting on your bike, you are spending a nice hour on the waterfront, people will meet, and there will be an overlap of user groups and functionality. So we think that it's very important, also with the design review panel, that we spend some time in arguing the connectivity over the slips by introducing bridges. And I think this is Parliament would be one of the options to deliver the first one as an example to be multiplied. So
in addition to the public realm design opportunities, we also have a number of infrastructure related opportunities on the site, one of which is very important in the changing climate and the unpredictability of the lake levels, is to raise grades. So this diagram was actually also part and parcel of our Queen's Quay design, but very important, that this project is proposing to raise the grade of the eastern dock wall of Parliament Slip to match the western dock wall, which was already done in East Bayfront, to achieve around half a meter grade change from existing today, to keep all of the infrastructure that we're investing in and all of the buildings as high out of the groundwater table as possible, to ensure their longevity, and we can have bigger trees and healthier trees as well. The future underground servicing situation is also quite complex. So in addition to streets being the place where we can walk our dogs and meet people, they are also conveying all of the utilities. And we are very conscious of that, and we have a very great engineering team who are working with us to integrate this into a seamless public realm design. So in conclusion, Quayside District will be a complete piece of waterfront. It includes from Lakeshore, the intersection as the beginning place, the intersection of Lakeshore and Parliament Street. It includes Lakeshore Boulevard and the improvements of that as a urban public realm. 5 or 4 inner streets that connect this fine urban grain and this fabric between Lakeshore and the waterfront. Green lungs and this mini forest, a really opportunity for high level of maintenance and integration of indigenous culture and knowledge within a new kind of forest for the 21st century. And this Water's Edge Promenade, which Adrian mentioned, is an amazing opportunity for connectivity, continuity, and creating this green foot at the water's edge. So thank you. We'd love to hear your comments and questions and debate a bit today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Shelley. We're going to move to questions from panel members, and I'll go with our guests online first. Perhaps to kick it off, Fatty, do you want to open it up?
Hey, thank you so much. Just a couple questions. First, do you know what the health of, this is mostly infill soil, right? So it's probably not very healthy for an urban forest. Is there an idea of where and how and what the soil importing process will be to create a very healthy tree canopy in this area? Or if you've just thought about what's, the substrates transformation simply will be just to support the ambition that you've got.
Yeah, this is a very good question. Actually, there's 2 subjects. One is even more rough and violent for forest approach. That is the groundwater. The groundwater is very high, and we have to also, adapt to climate change. It will not, the extremes will be even more. So we need to deliver better and more topsoil. This is the key. And that's, in this diagram, you can immediately learn that places which can have a little bit of undulation, such as HTO Park, will perform, will deliver. And we think this is a key component of the strategy. Of course, in case public spaces and aspired greenland will be starting from bad soil, we have to, as engineering landscape architects, we have to say, no way, we have to scrape off the dirt and, be sure that this new biotopes, these ecosystems, this type of cityscape will start from a good, let's say, parameter of soil engineering. And so this is the fact. It's the same if you build a road. If the road is on swampy underground, they will change that. They will make it stable. And we now have to deliver a 21st century where the trees are not only small cherry trees in pots, but will be Canadian trees, as Canadians know very well what trees look like.
All right.
But it's a good question, and please put it in the minutes. It's
Okay,
important.
Thanks, Fatty.
Thank you.
Go back to our
Did he not have a second question?
poll. Do you have a second question, Fatty, or not?
No, I'm okay.
You're okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go back to the panel, since we have, Gina and Emily here. Gina, do you wanna,
What about Bridget?
any questions? I'm gonna go back and forth.
Oh, okay.
No question.
Yeah, no questions? Okay. Bridget, you're up.
Sure. Thank you for a great presentation. So I appreciated you sharing the lakeshore example of a test scenario that you actually built physically as a kind of prototype or a kind of working proof of concept. And I guess I wondered, especially given that you're doing this kind of constructed forest landscape that is native Canadian, are there opportunities within the kind of area of your L-shaped green foot that you could imagine actually doing really soon some prototypes, like some built pieces of forest to test it out, so that by the time the cycle of this project over many years, we actually have working examples that we can look at. We actually have tested different soil conditions, different species, and it becomes a kind of working laboratory to really ensure a kind of super successful outcome. And it allows a kind of adjustment over time before the final implementation is there. But it's also a kind of projection of what this neighborhood will be like in, little pockets. But I feel like the precedent that was set by Lakeshore, I just think is a really good one. And I would like to see you identify what you think the best locations for something that is really catalytic and super positive, so that also for the public, it's also projecting the future of this neighborhood that doesn't look like very much now, but you're kind of demonstrating that this kind of constructed soil condition with all of, it's almost like a scientific experiment that gives us these really great humane results that are the cornerstone of this neighborhood.
I would applaud
Bridget.
this approach. This is fantastic. This is the 21st century way of doing things. So it is learn by try and error. It's experimenting, monitoring. It's having 3 options and choose the best one. I think this is grandiose. As an attitude, I would very much recommend to share that attitude.
In terms of identifying a place, Bridget, where we might do that, we have thought about it a little bit. The tip of the hat of Parliament Slip does have to be filled in to facilitate the Queen's Quay East Transit project. Until that new piece of lake, new piece of Canada, as Tina calls it, is settled, there's an opportunity there, we think, to have some kind of temporary forest, a mini forest or a tiny forest that could also bring people to the site and get them to understand that this is the character of the place from day one. Compaction is also an interesting thing that we've talked about, building the forest and then the skyscrapers come in. We would like to coordinate that, very closely and it's also a scientific, as you say, experiment maybe.
Yeah.
But this landscape-led approach is really part of Waterfront Toronto's mandate.
I just feel like, we're in an issues identification stage, and I guess I feel like in the next stages of your presentation, I guess I would like you to think about this and actually propose that as part of the future presentations that you send to us, that we are part of. I just see it as a kind of both, so many promotion and education and knowledge building all at the same time. And so I just feel strongly that I'm identifying it as an issue that I really want to see embedded in the future development of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bridget. Go back to the panel. Emily, any questions?
I just have a question about the transition from Lakeshore Drive and the Distillery District into the Parliament Plaza. And if you could speak to that a little bit more. I know that you have adjacent projects going on there, but can you talk a little bit more about what the larger context around and how you're going to be thinking about responding to it within the plaza.
Okay, I'll answer what I think I heard. Part of the scope of our project is the intersection at Lakeshore Boulevard and Parliament Street, which also fell within our public realm design plan for Lakeshore Boulevard several years ago. So a big part of redesigning this intersection will be to make it a more human-friendly environment, more pedestrian-friendly, more human scale. And there's a number of design elements within that public realm plan that we will be implementing as part of that design, including wider crosswalks, improved lighting, and some other design features for cyclists as well, because they're going to be making a connection here. So I think getting that intersection right is one of the first important steps to improving that connection. Another potential for Parliament Plaza that we see is if we can get big trees onto this site, they are going to do so much with respect to stepping down the scale of the Gardner Expressway, and buffering also kind of wind, noise, pollutants, all of those things to help create a more comfortable environment and really a green gateway into the project. And I would say those are the two main moments or design moves, I think, that will really improve that site. And materially, we're also, I think, interested in how the distillery might meet the waterfront at this plaza. Adrian, did you have anything else?
Thank you, Shelley. I think there is we often debated this. Imagine you arrive at Toronto Distillery District and the CN Tower are part of your mental map. The strange thing is that they are not literally one-to-one stitched into the waterfront. Every other city in the world, that would happen immediately tomorrow. And so we feel like there's a very, and your support or your question is very clever in this respect, a very relevant agenda here. And if we keep this on the radar, I think we might have a better future. But of course, we have a certain edge of what we can do. But this debate and the design review panel is so relevant. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. Go back to who's calling in. I think, Eric, are you still there? No? Okay, we'll go back to the panel. What happened to Eric? Jana?
Yeah, thank you. It was a great presentation. I just have one question. I'm not sure why the raised grades are an opportunity. If you could just talk to that for a minute. So on slide 30.
Please, Shelley, we did the research.
Yeah. It's an opportunity for two reasons. One relates to the health of the trees and kind of placing them as high in elevation from the potential high groundwater levels that could happen in extreme high lake events. But not only the trees, also the rest of the infrastructure. In new City of Toronto developments, because the subgrade is of such poor quality that Fadi mentioned, and I'll go back to this section here, it's actually for public right-of-ways required that we do a 1.5 meter clean uncompacted fill cap. That means we have to excavate all of that soil, take it elsewhere, and replace it with geotechnically stable and clean and good fill. In raising the grades, we kind of killed two birds with one stone. Sorry, I hate that saying, but in that we don't have to dig as much, but we can actually just bring new fill into the site. And in that, we're also lifting all of our pipes, all of our future parking garages, and our trees out of potential high groundwater events.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'll stick with the panel. Let's go around. David?
Thank you. Thanks for your inspired presentation. I had one question for you. Well, for the urban forest, but also the other streets. Now, I was wondering how you were beginning to imagine how stormwater might be harnessed here. And part of the reason why I'm thinking about it is that if these are pop spaces as opposed to public park spaces, then I'm imagining that you can direct stormwater from the developments into those public spaces, or certainly into this park space, without the encumbrance of it being a park. And so I wondered if you'd begin thinking about stormwater from that perspective.
Yeah, David, thanks. Absolutely. I think you hit it on the nose. That's a great opportunity. Potentially, it's something I think we still have to work through. So it's good to have that noted in the minutes. But for the other streets, maybe I actually have to go back to the grading diagram. Yeah, the other streets, we'd like to try and capture as much rainwater as possible to use as a resource here. And we're basing, the whole district on the City of Toronto green standards, and Waterfront Toronto also has their own sustainability standards for how stormwater can be used and managed throughout the site.
Pino wants to add
Yeah,
something.
thank
Yeah,
you.
I'll just add, it also was a requirement we had in our RFP for the Quayside developers to think about how the pedway could also be used as an opportunity for harvesting stormwater. And we set some targets on permeability for the pedway as well. I think it was as high as 75% of the pedway had to be permeable, and a certain amount of stormwater had to be captured and stored there and reused there. So it's also something I think that the developers will be pushing for the pedway piece, and how Parliament Plaza and that integrates, I think, is a great question that we need to study.
Good, thanks. Okay.
I would like to add to the panel, but also to what Pina's team, let's say their ambitions. In the world now, there's two cities, Madrid and Tel Aviv, cities who are fundamentally watering all the parks with gray water. And there's two sources, the sewer systems and the buildings. And I think it's such a opportunity now to build the newest downtown Toronto, downtown Canada, with these kind of examples. And I think it's very helpful to, as a team, as a togetherness, to keep this sharp and to bring it alive. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'll go back to the online. Kevin, I think you're there.
Yeah, thank you very much. My questions have been addressed. Thanks.
Okay, great. Where do you?
No questions. I just
No
have a
questions?
comment. Yeah, I can.
Okay. Peter, any questions?
Yeah, I've got a few questions. The design that's shown inside the actual kind of water area of the quay, it seems developed. Have we seen it before?
Yes, we have.
You saw
It seems to
issues,
me
I did.
that, I must have missed that one. Seems to me that the integration of that design and these green spaces shouldn't have a straight line. They should be more naturalistic. Maybe that's an issue, not a question. Second question is, in the very right-hand bottom corner of all these images is a gray pedestrian connection over to Villiers Island. Now, when we were looking at Villiers Island, that was, well, that'll come with the Quayside development. Is it now part of this development, or is a third party going to do it, or is it never going to happen?
It's not part of the scope of the team that's presenting today to make that great connection.
You know what I'm
except
talking about, yeah.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
exactly which, the Trinity Street Bridge, to make that connection. It is part of their scope to make sure we're not precluding, a bridge from landing somewhere in the vicinity of their Water's Edge Promenade here.
So who owns it?
Well, it doesn't exist. It's a proposal, and I think, City and Waterfront Toronto are actively working towards, figuring out how to make it happen. It probably best sits in the Villiers Island work that's underway, because it's the link to Villiers Island. And that work is at
I
the,
think it's an incredible shortcut from downtown to Villiers
Yeah.
Island, so
we're all really excited about it. We just need to figure out
put it
how
on
to
our issues list.
make it
How's
happen.
Okay. Pat,
Yeah, has there been any consideration to shifting or what are the technical requirements about where the extension of Parliament Street is as it goes through Parliament Plaza? Can it be asymmetrical? Does it have to be right in the middle? Are there any engineering requirements about that?
Great question. Okay. Let me go to the existing utilities map because you asked about the existing limitations. Okay, so there's a servicing sort of limitation, or let's say design parameter, and there's also a number of transportation design parameters. On this slide, what you can see is there's an existing sanitary sewer and a storm force main, which is quite deep, underneath the future western half of Parliament Plaza. That's a constraint, I guess, that's an existing utility. And then from a transportation perspective, this we covered in our Queens Quay, but I will reiterate it here. There is a bus line that travels up Parliament Street from Queens Quay, and we need to be able to accommodate her turning movements onto just onto Parliament Street. And in terms of the alignment, Pat, I think that's something we're studying that actively now with Waterfront Toronto. How the street meets Lakeshore Boulevard is obviously restricted by where Parliament is north of Lakeshore, and where it plugs into Queens Quay is, as I explained, limited by the turning lanes that we're putting in for the bus. However, in between, there's possibility to align this, also keeping in mind that this utility we want to keep in the public right of way as much as possible.
Okay.
So this is a very interesting question also because I think it is part of our, let's call it research or speculation for a better future. If we anticipate on the today constraints and the realities, the view corridor coming from downtown to the water is very key. Do we need a straight line, a French approach? Not at all. We might have a meander or a curve, and it could be helping our design. Then the other thing is that there is no doubt we are in a primary waterfront. At the afternoon, the eastern side is a place with sunshine, which in Toronto is very relevant. So that portion might have the best opportunity for being an efficient public space for people meeting, using, programming. So we better have the best quality over there. And then I think the last things what Shelley mentioned, there is a tendency in engineering world to put engineering under green. And we would love to have the engineering under tarmac. So, but that is, we don't have full control of that. But these are as designers, we are very much aware of the parameters, but also of what is the target? How can we manipulate a future better reality? But I'm very happy, Pat, with your sharp eye. It's amazing. Thank you.
Okay, George.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. And one may be just that I wasn't paying enough attention to Pina's introduction. Am I understood it correctly that the pedway will be designed by the proponents landscape team headed by SLS, and the Parliament Plaza pieces, the two or however they're going to finally end up, will be done by this team? Have I understood that correctly?
Correct. So with one slight nuance, they will both be POPs.
Oh, I get you.
They,
Yes, right.
Parliament Plaza ends up being a POPs, and that's
Yes.
all sorted through our RFP process. But Waterfront Toronto will lead the design and likely the delivery of it, although we have kept open an opportunity to hand over the delivery to the developer because it is entirely possible they'll have a garage underneath Parliament Plaza. So that will have to be very closely coordinated. So you've picked up on a complexity in how we integrate those two pieces.
Thank you. And my other question, Street D. I didn't even know there was a Street D until this morning's presentation. Can you go to the slide that shows the street categories?
It's a proposed street.
It's a proposed street. Oh, sure. Yeah, but the mystery to me is that what does it connect to? On this drawing, it looks like it's a piece of street that is kind of isolated. It doesn't connect to any existing streets. What's the story here?
It connects between Lakeshore and Queens Quay. That's it.
So does it
Doesn't go
does it
south.
continue north of what is shown on this drawing? Is that how it
It
connects?
continues through the gray into Lakeshore, but it does not continue north past Lakeshore.
No, but how does the park called 7?
No, those,
Where
okay,
does that
so
connect?
7, okay, that's a good question. You have such a good eye.
Got me.
6 connects between Queens Quay and Lakeshore.
Sure, okay, that makes.
7 connects to 2 future streets to the east. So it connects between Promenade Road, which is that light gray you see right where Shelley's pointing, and another connection at the north end there, which will be a private street. It won't be a public street.
So you'll loop into this from the east
From Queens
at
Quay,
both
yes.
ends.
So
I
Promenade
see.
will loop up to hit Queens Quay, further to the east. I don't know if we have the development plan in this presentation.
Okay, and that all will happen as part of the next project over.
Correct, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So
understood.
there is a street on the water's edge, just like we have on Bayside, Promenade Street. So it connects into that. That is a
Right.
public street, and that actually, I think, tees into Cherry on the extent. Something tees into Cherry as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Okay.
but please, design team, keep a sharp eye on these connectivity issues, because there is in reality a serious phasing. There is a diaspora of designers, and you are the glue. Your eye is so relevant. Thank you.
But if that connection isn't made before Block 5 comes online,
Sure.
then we need to do some interim connections. And so you see little dash lines through Silo Park for suggesting
Right.
potential interim solutions.
Okay, I think that's everyone. Let's go back. I don't know, Eric, did you fall off or are you still there? The only member has to ask questions. Okay, then let's go to comments from the panel, and we'll go back the same order. Fatty, do you want to kick it off for comments?
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you so much. Thank you for the great presentation and amazing vision as always. So I just wanted to say, I think we've seen some very healthy lush tree canopies and mini forests on the waterfront. You mentioned HTO Park and the willow trees there that are indeed incredible, even though they're built on these planted and capped dirty soil. Sugar Beach also is a especially successful large-scale prototype with multiple species. Many of them seem to be thriving. I would just say that the difference between these and what you're showing is that those are parks versus streets, with utilities and foot traffic and salt and pollution. So I just want to echo Bridget's idea of a kind of street forest test prototype strip that I think would be really fantastic, especially as you get closer to Lakeshore and the Gardner, where it gets really precarious to have anything healthy living there at all, maybe except pigeons. And so for future phases, it would also be really great to think about how the design strategy deals with ideas of forest succession, growth cycles, seasonal change, and the environmental impacts of urban heat island effect. I know you mentioned sun is really precious here, but it's also getting pretty hot. So if there's a way to maybe just quantify just the real value that trees will have in terms of offsetting heat over the years, I think that'll be another selling point. Lastly, the kind of large raised beds is not also just good for soil, and the water table issue, but it can become opportunity also for seeding and creating edges. So I think that's where it gets really interesting as well, is the sort of multi-purpose idea of these raised beds that are also offering some kind of urban street infrastructure amenities that will be much harder to provide or create provisions for if there isn't a raised bed. And I just want to mention one last thing, and I think maybe it's the diagram that you showed, which I think is really exciting, is that in this area, there's a bit of an intentional ambiguity of where the front and back of house is, right? So it's kind of like this seems like this urban sort of forest carpet that is blurring the entrances of buildings and right-of-ways and plazas. And I think that's something exciting to work with. Maybe it's partially the renders that also the other proponents teams have shown, but that there's a real opportunity here for the kind of urban forest to really be this thing that breaks a kind of traditional urban grid in this part and actually foregrounds the landscape and the forest in this context. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Go back to the panel. Gina, comments?
Hi, Adrienne and Shelley. That was really beautiful and very inspiring, and really excited about the work you showed. So I'm a relatively new design panel member and really spending my first time here in Toronto. And I guess the question I wanted to ask, or the conversation I'd love to hear your take on, is so much of the work westward is iconographic as a landscape in a really different way than what you're proposing here. And your diagram that talked about kind of how this fits into the bigger vision for the waterfront didn't really talk about character shifts along major corridors. And I do see this as a big shift and a beautiful one, but I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about that. Will some of the kind of quality and character of what you all have already established kind of in the western parts of the waterfront be brought into this idea? Do you see this as a really marked shift in identity and character? Just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, first of all, the client, Toronto Waterfront Corporation, is eager to deliver, let's say, a 3-kilometer consistent downtown waterfront of Toronto, even now connecting to the island, which is the extra half a mile. Also clear, the vision of the client is to grow, to learn, to innovate, to to adapt to today's differences and constraints. And so the answer is that we have both. We want to keep continuity of the material use, furniture, etc. Big trees, Canadian shield, granite, a lot of timber. And on top of that, we are much more ecological 21st century. We are more interested in technology, working together with authentic Canadian nature. Shelley, maybe you add to this.
Gina, the only thing I would add is when we look at the kind of iconography of the parks throughout the Toronto waterfront, they're often characterized by a monoculture of tree species that have a really distinct identity. If you go to, like Fadi said, you go to HTO, you have the willows. You go to the Valkenburg parks and you have the birches and the metasequoias. I think that we're interested in that lineage for sure, to have the same kind of identifier for the place, but also building on what Fadi said, having ideas of maybe succession, supportive species of not just one, like partner species, and maybe even another suggestion from Minokamik on our team was deadwood, so we're thinking more cyclical, but we're still very interested in having that boldness of place.
Okay, thank you. Bridget?
One thing I would like to add to this is the danger in Canada and North America. It is every specific site has a tendency to become functional and suburban. And suburban, I mean, feel good, nice, innocent. The Toronto waterfront should not feel good. It should not be nice and should not be innocent. It should be Toronto waterfront. It should be very strong and downtown kissing the water. And that is something else. And the other component I would like to mention here, very, very relevant, the mission of the delivery of the most democratic waterfront is not a joke. It's very serious. If you're there, you smell that. It's not over commercialized. It is very accessible. You see young and old, rich and poor, every user group, and we want to progress that. And that is what we call urban or metropolitan. And so we also have an enemy, and this is the suburban approach of the one plot developer wants a very cool community and nothing to bother around only that building. So the identity is also, yeah, we have to fight a certain allergy, you understand, which is not always mentioned, but we should, as a design review debate, talk about these things in normal words. And that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Adrian. Bridget?
Yeah, I really appreciated the kind of description of both the bridges and the 5 consistent streets as really being a connective tissue to this whole site, and not trying to reinvent things, but reinforce a lot of what's there. I just think is a kind of super important underlying sort of position of your whole presentation, and I feel it's totally the right direction that we need to go in. I feel like you are caught in the conundrum of everything related to Waterfront Toronto, in that there are all these kind of dotted lines and specific parcels of this consultant and that consultant. But in reality, the public doesn't care. They're just going to walk along the waterfront, and the continuity needs to be there. I was on the selection committee for the jury for what 2000 and whatever 6, when you received the central waterfront, won that competition. And I feel like what has been so key about your firm's role over this long time is that you see the big picture of this kind of idea of consistency and continuity as a hallmark of our waterfront. And I think it relates to the comment that you just made, which I thought was so appropriate. If we end up with something suburban, we'll have totally failed. But so this issue is really key for me, because it's we need to build in the continuity, while we totally understand that for Waterfront Toronto to be accountable, it's not handing it over to one person to do the whole thing. They have to follow certain regulatory issues that are essential. We get that. But in spite of that, this issue of the breadth and the continuity has to be there. And so we're working within a system that tells us it shouldn't be like that in the end, but we want in the end for it to be like that. So I feel like in terms of issues identification, the bridge to Villiers Island, the link to the distillery, they must be part of the minutes of this meeting to say, even though it's not technically your scope, you have to be thinking about it, setting guidelines for it, anticipating it for future, packages that will be given out to A, B, or C consultant, but it's always going to show up in your site plan no matter what. Even if the scope of who does it is not defined, it will never not be there. So I just feel like we've kind of talked around a few things, but I want to make sure that in the minutes and in your direction, you know that we want you to think about this continuity every single time in every single scope you have. The Lakeshore, again, is a perfect example of this weird conundrum of it stops here, it starts again here, but in the end, someone driving along the Lakeshore doesn't care, and they want to see the continuity. And so we're having to work within a slightly awkward system to get something that is a bigger vision. Then for me, the question to you guys is, how do we ensure that Waterfront Toronto remains a leader? Recycling gray water for irrigation, greening of our streetcar lines, the kind of this constructed forest, the constructed wetlands, which has been proposed by another firm at the foot of Cherry Street. The whole idea of bridges and streets, and then innovative bridges. So like the most amazing pedestrian bridge that isn't just some ho-hum Warren Truss across the lake, but actually really designed as part of something amazing that makes you want to get to Villiers Island. So I feel like I feel like I want to make sure that in this issues identification, we're setting the table for the future development of what is a really key site. And I feel like your groundwork has done a great job, but I feel like again, making sure that we don't get caught up in these stupid dotted lines that actually disappear when it's all built, and that we're thinking very clearly about the continuity of the public realm as being the final goal that we all want, and that we find ways to embed innovation in every single thing. So infrastructure is innovation. A constructed forest is innovation. And it may not be like it, so each discipline defines it in different ways, but I feel like waterfront has to be considered a leader in all of these things. And so in the issues identification, I feel like I'm identifying this kind of role of advanced innovation in every level as being a kind of a necessary to be embedded in this future site plan that you guys work on.
Great, thank you very much, Bridget. Okay. Next, Emily?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. One of the slides that you showed of the forest with the overlay of the blocks on top of it just really got me thinking about how, and then Adrian, your comment about being bold on the waterfront. I really want to stress that this idea of the forest there is just so powerful. But like how it actually gets developed and actually comes to fruition, I think is a really important thing to be even thinking about at the very beginning at this point. Because to be able to have that kind of immersive quality of the forest that you were talking about with the miniature forest and the urban forest of the streetscapes, I think that you need to really be looking at the scale of it. And so I really like the question that Pat raised about where that Parliament comes into Parliament Plaza, because I'm really concerned that you're not going to get the scale of the miniature forest that you're talking about unless you really start to look at that and think about how to create an immersive condition there. And, you know, how to make sure that you have enough just breathing room to get the kind of bold, powerful statement that you want to have and experiential qualities that you want to have with that space. I also want you to think about as well that there's like different typologies of the forest, as you know, thinking about how the plaza could be a certain type of a grove that's very intensive, immersive, as you were saying, but then the kind of urban forest of the streetscapes, how to create that sense of a continuous canopy, but then, as you were saying, that each of the feeder streets kind of have their own quality or character. Thinking about that as a whole and the different species that you would be working with and what that means to kind of make it be more wild, and think about this area as you're going down Queens Quay, entering the space and then turning and going south to the Portlands. I think that where it just becomes even more wild with the forest frame going around. So I think that like thinking about how these kind of, this is a nexus, not only just for the circulation as it's going through, but as the forest turns and becomes something totally different. So that's one point. But then the other point is, I think that the connections that you're starting to make as well of the north-south, I do totally agree that Pina, you called it the Trinity Street Bridge, right? Or Trinity Boulevard Bridge. That's such a key connection to be able to create that condition. But it does really start to beg the question what Street D is all about, and how to, where you connect, how you go into Parliament Slip, but then what does Street D do as you move north? The other aspect to think about it with your diagram of the bikes going through as well as pedestrians and vehicular, I think that you should really think about whether there's bikes on that as well and how it connects through, because then right now it doesn't look like you would be supporting bikes to go through there. And I think that there are, with Trinity, there are bikes already going to be going on Trinity Boulevard. So I think that that's another aspect to think about as you're bringing bikes into that space, or Street D. There's just a lot of potential conflicts that need to get resolved. But I think that it should be looked at.
Okay, thank you. Just while we're on the panel, go David.
But again, thanks for that inspiring presentation. I had a few comments. I certainly support what the panelists ahead of me have talked about. I just wanted to hone in on a few ideas here. One is that I'm fully supportive of this idea of this restorative nature approach, and I'm wondering what that means on the scale that Emily was speaking to. I think it's especially important in Parliament because, in a sense, it's a kind of gateway to the Portlands, to the mouth of the Don that's being renaturalized. It's a kind of introduction at the foot of the city, as you describe it, to that larger natural system. And I think one of the really important things in terms of ensuring its success is to be referencing the northern shore of Lake Ontario native landscape. It's so rich and diverse, but has been, in many areas completely eroded or has disappeared over time. And so I think that's really key. Not only is it a Canadian landscape, but it's very specific to this area. I'm also, in terms of implementing that landscape, I think it's going to be really important when you come back to the panel the next time for us to understand whether in fact it is being implemented on top of a roof of a parking garage, because that has a lifespan. The roof, that is, has a lifespan, and it would be helpful to know whether this is a 100-year landscape, a 200-year landscape, or a 50-year landscape, whatever that length of membrane is going to be. So I think that's going to be critical. I also, to Peter's question on jumping Queen's Quay with some of the vision of this, I think it would be exciting. I know it's the same team dealing with the decking and pool proposal south of Queen's Quay, but we talked the last time about kind of north-south connection there, and I think that there's a real opportunity for this urban forest to begin to stretch down south of Queen's Quay onto that boardwalk landscape and really become quite dynamic element of that evolving scheme. And finally, just a caution to you, and I know you know this because you've been dealing with the City of Toronto, is that the streetscaping standards and forestry standards for the city are very difficult to overcome. And when you are, and their ambitions are valid and important, but we certainly don't want to see trees planted on 8-meter centers equally spaced down all of these streets like forestry would want to see. The kind of the messiness and this kind of beautiful vision, I think, really needs to buck a lot of that. So you're going to have a bit of a fight ahead of you, but I think it's an important one to begin to launch into. Again, thank you.
Thanks, David. Kevin, are you still there? Yeah.
I am, thanks. I really enjoyed the presentation. Thank you. And I've always enjoyed the innovative and careful work that you do around managing stormwater. We all agree it's super important. And all I really want to add to it is that, as we are moving, into a low carbon design, sphere of influence, hopefully, all the specifications you bring to everything, the concrete, the pavers, whatever they might be, there's an eye to reducing the carbon content. And it starts with, you've always been innovative in so many different ways. And I would love to see you push towards, every precast element, every paver, every piece of concrete has a low carbon specification. So I just want to encourage that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Jana?
Thank you. And I echo my colleagues' observations and pleasure in the presentation. I just want to talk about one issue. In the course of this conversation, we've talked a lot about tree species, tree canopies, this idea about succession forests. Shelley and Adrian, your kind of observation about how forests can temper environments. And it seems to me that what's missing from the conversation, and it really struck me in the immersive mini forest slide, is the idea about the understory and the role of the understory in making a forest both pleasurable and operative. If you go, I went to Corktown Common a couple of weeks ago just to revisit it to see what it was like. And it struck me there that one of the most pleasurable parts of it is the understory and the balance of complexity and permeability right adjacent to a major street in the city. And I know Fadi's comment notwithstanding that this is not a park, but it's a kind of in-between space. I think it's still, if your central thesis is an urban forest, it's still important to have your thesis include the understory and that level of complexity for all the reasons that we've talked about. And I had the pleasure of going to see the Heatherwick Park in New York 2 weekends ago. I think it's called Little Island Park. And it really struck me for all of the, incredible richness of the ground plane and the investment in mature trees. The thing that made it so unsuccessful to me was the absolutely dead interstitial space. Like it was just the ground and the canopy and nothing in between. And so I would love to see in moving forward, you address that interstitial space and all its richness and all its, moderating capacity. And the ability then to initiate a whole kind of succession growth that makes a forest so great over time. Thanks.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Jen.
Would the chair allow me to comment on that?
Well, we'll give you a chance, Adrian, at the end to react to all the comments, okay? So if
Oh,
you,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
no
Thank you
problem.
for guidance.
Sure you won't forget. Okay, Betsy.
Thank you again for the presentation. In the spirit of David's comment about doing things that are difficult, that's where mine's going to land as well. I think design teams on the waterfront have made really great strides in narrowing the portion of streets that are given to vehicular traffic. I would noticed that when we did our waterfront tour a number of months ago, the streets all still feel overly generous relative to public realm space for pedestrians and cyclists and plant material. If there's anything that this design team can do moving forward in your negotiations with the city to narrow vehicular lanes, add separated bike lanes, increase the pedestrian, cycling, and planting areas, it would continue to allow Waterfront Toronto to kind of lead on the scale of the city with balancing the public realm in a smarter way than Toronto has been over the years. And then to build on George's Street D comments from earlier, could that street potentially be a pedestrianized street? Does it have to be a vehicular traffic street? Like, could you make a street in this area that doesn't actually have cars and buses on it? Just leave it there. But thank you very much, and very much looking forward to seeing the next step.
Thanks, Betsy. Peter?
Yeah, I'll just reinforce a couple of comments. And Emily and Bridget and so on were strong on this. Although these contracts have straight lines, the design should not. The design should bleed on to, block 2, 3, and 4 as a precursor to further engagement with the landscape architects for those properties. The integration of the proposed landscape and decking in the Parliament Slip water area should not be a straight line. There should be integration. Natural forests don't edge with straight lines. So really challenging you both in terms of integrating your team with the other public parcel designers, as well as future integration with the private parcel designers, just to indicate where your design would love to be, even though you can't contractually go there. And then I just want to pick up on that pedestrian bridge across the Villiers Island. That will also be a bike thoroughfare. And even though it's not in the scope, could we refer to it? Could we bring it up? Could we make sure it's in the presentation each and every time so nobody forgets about it, so that at some point it gets funded and built? Those are my comments.
Great. Pat?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the presentation, and I really support the idea of the urban forest. And actually, I think the innovation there is really recognizing trees as being a really powerful tool of sustainability. So I don't even need to think about the gray water. It's really the harvesting and the managing of rainwater that trees can do is just super interesting. And the issue about forest and how to make a forest, I guess it's not a forest, it's urban forest, or it's a super real forest. So thinking about that it's enhanced and constructed, that it's not like we're picking up a bit of forest and putting it here, is the design challenge, I think. And that's where it gets incredibly interesting, the mix between the two. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, George? Well, I don't really have anything substantive to add to comments of my colleague. I would just conclude by saying how much of a pleasure it always is to hear a presentation from Adriana and Shelley.
Thank you very much. I think that covers everyone on the panel. I'll do my best to try and summarize and capture the comments and issues. And I want to start with a phrase that Adrian said to us, which is how he goes back to his original design in the early 2006, 2009 about this role of the Canadian image in the waterfront. And his analogy of the waterfront kissing the city, that relationship, I think is still embodied very much in this presentation. I think there's a few very strong elements here that are really critical to get right and make sure we achieve maximum success. Obviously, the whole notion of the urban forest and what that means and how that is carried out, how it's implemented throughout this entire Quayside project, and I'll elaborate on that in a second. And the second is I think the role, the connective tissue role of the 5 streets and the connectivity of the public realm to the rest of the waterfront. So some pretty dominant ideas here. Many comments suggested and made about the urban forest, among others, strong suggestions for a prototype of the urban forest needs to happen to demonstrate really what this is all about, so people can see, feel, touch, educate, determine what works best, all those kinds of analogies. In terms of the urban forest, this is not just another park, it's not just trees on a street, it's a different animal, and I think it requires a lot of special attention to demonstrate what is meant and how that can best be achieved. The comment made about the vision, I think that Adrian elaborated on for the reestablishment of reinforcement of the Canadian waterfront, bold, strong, urban, not suburban, couldn't be clearer. Got to be very, very unique. The role of the 5 streets as connective tissue and the continuity of the public realm, I think, is critical. Various comments, obviously, about the intersection of Parliament Street and Lakeshore, which I think are really, really important to think about and work out. That's an opportunity for not only a view corridor, obviously, that's really important down to the Parliament slip. Suggestions made about the emphasis on human scale, pedestrian friendly, the ability to accommodate large trees in that right of way, the role of buffering, the role of a gateway, the ability to accommodate a bike lane on Parliament Street, and the interesting question of, I think I heard it correctly, whether or not there might be a parking garage under that Parliament intersection, which would obviously have big implications on many things, needs to be carefully thought about. In terms of the overall comment about, I think if I could summarize what the panel is saying, we want this to be drop dead gorgeous, the ability to inspire innovation at all levels. It has to really blow people away, and it has to really, really be quite special. I think other comments were made, suggestions. Don't forget the importance of the pedestrian bridge to Villiers Island. Has to be designed, thought about, connected. That has to come up all the way through as this design evolves. In terms of the suggestion of low carbon content materials being used throughout, as goes without saying, And the last, I guess, general comment I think that Peter made about, yeah, let the stuff bleed into each other. This is not just hard and fast lines. This needs to be integrated and give some freedom and some license to that concept. So I hope that captures most of the comments that I've heard, and obviously very supportive of what we've seen, and we look forward as always to seeing the next iteration. So Adrian, it's now an opportunity for you to respond.
Thank you. First of all, I'm very thrilled and feel proud that, let's say, the client team is very progressive in, setting the standard for being pioneer and being the next layer in the 21st century. And you as a design review panel are very strong in your stewardship and your hawk eyes into details and consistency. I'm really impressed by your collective intelligence and stewardship. Very important. A thing what I would like to add as a sort of debate, again, this is not a design, this is not my diagram, but this. Imagine that we built a prototype to learn, and we built 2-3 version differences so we can even evaluate. I would change the attitude from design and let's say the bureaucracy and the drawing and the 80% and the second and the first phase and the tender and the whatever, the contractor and etc. We built, for example, Governors Island and also a park in Madrid and Utrecht with a different approach. We more or less liberated the space, created good root space. That was a tender. And then we marched in with audience, with people, with children. In a few weeks, tens, thousands of trees. We planted them 3 years old, 2 steps apart from each other. And that's an urban forest. And then they start to grow and to sprout. In Governors Island, we put 40% of the trees, 40% of the total number, it's more than 10,000, was elder. An elder, is a root engineer, a soil engineer, brings in bang nutrients into the soil. It's a monster. It's like a rat, overgrows all the beauty trees. And in year 3, we cut every elder, and then the ladies, the beauty comes there, and the final trees make a succession. And I would like to debate with the client team, and we might even come back to you for your help and your advice. We did once with biking. We did not design biking. We started experimenting with biking. We make a temporary bike trail. The mayor came and the Speaker of the Parliament, Speaker of House, she came by bike and bike with the children. We made Toronto Star made 3-4 months of covering this installation of biking. And suddenly the mayor said, yeah, people call me all the time and they ask me, why can we not always bike like this? So the mayor made it into politics, and now it's reality. And I think the forestation of the city, or the experiment of innovation and Canadian green waterfront, could be a project like that. And then we should change it a little bit out of the design scope into the social anthropological Toronto paradigm. And with school children's doing the job for us and become the owner of this. So I would like to share this with you, because of course our client team cannot speculate we're gonna do this, but I think this is an option, and Toronto is a city where these things can happen like that. It's very down to earth, very democratic and experimental, and that's what I want to add. And then we deliver a good understory, because this approach is not like we take 3 beautiful maples. Now we have 20 trees amongst 3 maples, and we will learn in succession how they will grow into a forest. And so I'm impressed by your 1.5 hour of patient and consistent debate. Thank you so much. Please, Shelley, last word is for you.
Go for it, Shelley.
Unmute.
I'm sorry, I don't have anything to add. Thank you, Adrian. He took all the words out of our mouth. So.
Okay. All right, well, listen, thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation very much, and we hope our comments are helpful, and we really look forward to it coming back. Certainly your suggestions, Adrian, are well taken. I think with Toronto, and as you know, we have an election coming up, October 24th. Lots of opportunity for discussion with the population about many of the things we're talking about today. So see you soon.
A pilot, right? Just
Yeah.
call it a pilot.
Call it a pilot. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I guess we a little bit over, not much. So I guess it's lunch here. Or... So it's 2:00. I think we'll reconvene. Welcome back, everyone. Deal with Ontario Place Public Realm, which is here for information and issues identification only. And I'll remind everyone, this is going to be a joint panel. I believe there are 3 members of the city panel that I want to welcome to this meeting. Joe Lobko, I see online there, and Jessica Hutchin, I believe, is there. And I think Julie O, if I got that right.
Yes, thank you.
You joining us? Okay, thank you. Welcome. So Svetlana, I think, from the City of Toronto is going to do the introduction. Are you?
Yeah, hello. Yes, I'm here. I'm going to keep my camera off because it's a little choppy on my side. Okay. And I've signed off the VPN here as well, but I think I can share. So let me start.
Okay.
Okay. Let me get that. All right. Can everyone see the introductory slide?
Yep.
Okay, great.
We're good.
Okay, well, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Design Review Panel and any members of the public. I'm not sure if anyone is here. So we're here today to present Ontario Place Revitalization Public Realm Master Plan. This is our first Design Review Panel, issues identification. The proponent for this project is Infrastructure Ontario, and the design team includes Land Inc., Martha Schwartz Partners, and Urban Strategies. So again, my name is Svetlana Lavrentieva. I'm a senior urban designer in strategic initiatives at City Planning. I'm here to present on behalf of my core City of Toronto team, including community planning, urban design, and heritage planning. Ontario Place is located south of Exhibition Place and south of Lakeshore Boulevard, and is often referred as to East and West Island. The East Island hosts the Brigantine Cove, one of the parking lots, Trillium Park, the East Commons, the Budweiser Stage, and a few entrances, including the Ontario Place Boulevard entrance. The West Island's components include the Pods, Cinesphere, Cedar Cove, West Commons, Silos, West Channel, North and South Marina, and Lookout Point. The map for urban structure of the official plan refers to Ontario Place as a green space system. Zooming a little bit more, so you can see the red rectangle around the subject site. And the land use map of the official plan refers to the subject site as a other open space area. Ontario Place is also a part of Essential Waterfront Secondary Plan. The 4 key guiding principles outlined in the dark blue box apply and to the site, and further, Ontario Place specific policies speak to anticipated destination and tourism uses of the site. There are a few surrounding neighborhoods adjacent to, not so much immediately, but in close proximity to Ontario Place, with Parkdale being to the northwest, Liberty Village north of Ontario Place via Exhibition Place, and then South Niagara and Fort York northeast of the site. In terms of accessibility by vehicle, you can access Ontario Place through Ontario Place Boulevard and Remembrance Drive. Both of these entrances, of course, are accessible by pedestrians and cyclists, and this is via Lakeshore Boulevard. Additionally, we've got 3 pedestrian bridges from Exhibition Place. In terms of public transit, there is an existing exhibition GO station with a GO tunnel that can take pedestrians and visitors to Liberty Village. 511, this also is going to be the new home for Ontario Line exhibition station. The red line illustrates 511 streetcar route that drops visitors at the GO station. The Dufferin Loop bus drops visitors at Dufferin with opportunities for pedestrians to cross to Exhibition Place. And then we also got a few stops at Exhibition Place or along different routes to allow pedestrians make it on foot to Ontario Place. Building on the guiding principles of Exhibition Place Master Plan, Ontario Place will become a part of a larger parks and open space network, further expanding the green DNA into the waterfront and the rest of the city. Another guiding principle from the Exhibition Place Master Plan, which builds upon cultural heritage landscape assessment of the site, speaks to restoring the promenade and maintaining views to the lake and to Ontario Place. And you can see that in the orange cones. Moving on to the overview, I'll speak to the aerial first. You can see in red illustrated the Ontario Place boundary. The orange are the proposed tenanted areas. In purple, you can see tenanted areas with public access. Dashed green illustrates Trillium Park, and the solid green is the public realm master plan scope of work. Proposed changes at Ontario Place will first be considered as a combined official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment led by Infrastructure Ontario. The next step is for each of the 3 tenanted areas to submit a separate site plan application, which will be led by each of the tenants. And finally, a public realm master plan is tied to a Category C environmental assessment and is subject to a separate site plan application. There are a few related initiatives around Ontario Place, including 2 environmental assessments, Exhibition Station, Ontario Line, and the Last Mile Connection, updates to the master plan and to the secondary plan and connectivity studies, as well as Hotel X Phase 2, which is in the process of their application submission, and Exhibition Place strategic plan implementation for 22-26. So we're currently in the pre-application period and awaiting Heritage Strategic Conservation draft plan. Public Realm Master Plan, we're here today. It's our first DRP in July of this year. We're going to be following up for DRP number 2, where we will present conceptual design in the fall of 2022, followed by the detailed design in spring 2023. The OPA and ZBA application submissions will happen later October of this year, followed by preliminary report in December of this year, and then final report in fall of 2023 and council decision end of 2023. These dates, of course, are subject to change. Moving on to issues identification. Process challenges. One of the challenges is timing of the Public Realm Master Plan and Heritage Strategic Conservation Plan, as they are fundamental documents to provide rationale for the private development proposals, and design coordination between various design teams for EA process, private tenant teams, and related projects to ensure a holistic and unified review process. The public realm challenges include appropriately scaled public realm relative to the proposals, and coordination, again, of various design teams for environmental assessment process, private tenants, and related projects, such as, for example, Last Mile Connection, to ensure a generous and continuous public realm that's suitable to regional park and cultural destination. Unique environmental conditions, such as wind and flooding, and ecological preservation, such as retaining of mature trees, habitat, and bird migration. And I'm going to finish with this last slide, areas for panel consideration, which we would like to hear from you when you're making comments on this presentation. Does the initial proposal align with the original Hofzeidler vision, creates a coherent, continuous public realm between various proposed programs yet to be determined, while providing for year-round public realm uses, preserves, replaces, and improves tree canopy, enhances connectivity with the city through cycling and pedestrian infrastructure, and improves connections to the waterfront park system and exhibition place, creates a welcoming and freely accessible public experience, and addresses equality in the design, and addresses sustainability, resilience, and future-proofing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Ross there, I believe, are you gonna kick
Yes,
this one
please.
off?
Absolutely. Can everyone hear me? All good? Super.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So Ben is gonna show the screen and I'll do some introductions and walk through the first part. So thank you for hosting us today at this joint City and Waterfront Design Review Panel session. I understand I have about 20 minutes to talk to you guys about the background of the project and what's happened to date and how we got here before handing it over to the design team to talk you through early thinking on the design. So if I have that timing off, please let me know, or if I'm running over, someone please let me know. I want to make sure we have lots of time for the design discussion and issues identification. So we're very happy to be here to speak to the city and Waterfront Design Review. And, you know, we just want to confirm that this process will start today, but it does run throughout 2022 and 2023 with subsequent sessions. My name is Ross Burnett. I'm a VP of Development at Infrastructure Ontario, and I'm responsible for supporting the Ministry of Infrastructure in all areas of Ontario Place redevelopment and their mandate to revitalize it. Ontario Place for the province is a very important asset and destination. And, you know, there's 50+ years of history there, innovation and play and celebration for all of Ontarians. And over the years, it has benefited from incremental improvements like Trillium Park, you know, like the East Island event space, like very successful kind of one-off programming. But the province is now really looking to invest in comprehensive site-wide improvements and modernization of the entire site and really reestablish Ontario Place as an exciting waterfront destination for the City of Toronto and the province as a whole. So we realize this is an important city building initiative, both for the province and for all people in the city. So to help us share our early thinking today, we have USI and Ben Hoff, a partner in the firm, who's going to talk to you a little bit about the context, and then Tim Naraki of Martha Schwartz, who is our landscape team with Land Inc. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So just as a reminder, today's DRP is about issues, identifying those issues and inspiration that will inform the design thinking specific to the public realm. So the future DRP sessions will bring forward thinking on the built form specific to our development partners, but today is about the public realm experience and opportunity that we're creating. We're also using today to kind of blow that session out a bit more and talk to you about the background and how we got here and what the process has been to date. So following my presentation, Ben and the design team will be able to speak design language with you guys and talk about those issues, intentions, and aspirations. Next slide, please. Next slide. So Svetlana's covered this a little bit, but this is a snapshot of the site as it is today. The whole property is 155 acres. It's about 68 acres of land, another 87 acres of Lake Ontario and water. It's essentially constructed as 3 man-made islands and a man-made mainland area. And it forms the southern edge of a very unique precinct within the City of Toronto with Exhibition Place, sort of a large-scale events and entertainment and recreation destination. The site currently offers a real mix of programming, and I think it's important to note how much it's evolved since, you know, it opened in 1971 as an exhibition destination. You know, it evolved to a children's play area in the 70s, to a water and amusement park in the 80s, to, you know, Molson Amphitheater and a music destination in the 1990s, and now most recently with Trillium Park and the park expansion and new programming being offered on the East Island. So the site has continued to evolve since it was first opened in 1971, and we're excited about the next evolution. But how did we get here? This is a super simple slide that talks about you know, how we moved through from opening in 1970 through to where we are today in 2022. You know, the site has been operational for 50 years. In 2012, the site was partially closed by government as a paid amusement attraction. You know, since 2012, there has been ongoing investment in the site, but it's really created these like ad hoc improvements sort of spread out across the property. And the main focus actually was on ungating the property and creating completely free and public access to the site, which it had never had prior to 2012. So in 2019, in a specific effort to move away from that kind of ad hoc investment, the province released a vision for the property that contemplated comprehensive redevelopment of the entire site to create a new, more sustainable destination on Toronto's waterfront. Later that same year, international call for development was launched that resulted in 3 anchor tenants for Ontario Place being announced jointly by the Premier and the Mayor in the summer of 2021. And following that announcement, broader public consultation was initiated first through an online presence with a survey and website, and then subsequently with the formal launch of the EA in early 2022, there's been a number of public engagement events held that we're structuring through the EA process. And the consultation process remains active and ongoing through to the end of 2023. Next slide, please. So as part of the 2019 call for development process, the government vision had a few parameters in it. And just to remind people who might not have seen the document, this is what we were looking for. So we were seeking tenants that could create a recreational or cultural experience at Ontario Place. The entire site was to remain public, and there's no land sale for any tenants or any use. There was no casino permitted and no residential development on the site. It was to remain a recreation and entertainment destination. A commitment was made to enhance public access to the waterfront and ensure that direct access to Lake Ontario was protected. The central pods and Cinesphere were required as part of the redevelopment to be restored and adaptively reused. And Trillium Park was to be protected and retained and even expanded if possible as part of the redevelopment. And principles of environmental sustainability were to be considered in any redevelopment. Next slide, please. So the call for development process did attract a lot of attention. The site is very unique and has a celebrated history, and Toronto is a booming city for investment. So it did get a lot of global attention, and we received more than 30 submissions for different types of redevelopment. Through an assessment process that was structured around testing concepts and how they align with the government's vision, the kind of viability of the concept, the strength of the team delivering the concept, and the benefits to the province, a short list of three tenants or partners were identified, which was Echo Recreo Group out of Quebec, Live Nation Entertainment, which is an existing tenant on site, and Therma Group out of Europe as the preferred partners. At the announcement in the summer of 2021, it was also identified that the province is in discussions with the Science Centre, Ontario Science Centre, to create a science presence tourism themed experience. at Ontario Place in the pods and Cinesphere. Next slide, please. So when you pull it all together, this gives you a very conceptual image of what that vision can look like once realized. This is obviously a snapshot in time and is very preliminary, but does give the panel an idea of how the site plan could work. Really, what the goal is to create activation across the entire site for all seasons and move away from the seasonal nature of Ontario Place and really make it a 365-day-a-year destination. The proposed tenants, really complement the other uses in the precinct as a entertainment and recreation destination, and also reflect the legacy of the site, for play, education, and celebration. And if we just quickly look, left to right, we have Therma Group occupying the west part of the site with a recreation facility, wellness, and water park. The pods and Cinesphere are the potential future homes of a part of the Ontario Science Centre. The marina is going to be retained and upgraded and diversified for more contemporary and sustainable use. Live Nation is looking to expand its presence and create an all-season entertainment destination so it can operate beyond just the summer season. Echo Recreo are looking to utilize the marina zone below Live Nation for outdoor adventure park. And then the East Island is retained for kind of flexible cultural programming, things like Cirque that are there today and very successful, and augmenting that with additional programming. And then Trillium Park will be retained in full. So next slide, please. So just really quickly, because as I mentioned, tenants will be the subject of a future DRP session. But just to give you a snapshot and a flavor of who these partners are. So the Therma Group is proposing a recreation, wellness, and water park attraction on the West Island and part of the mainland. Once fully developed, they're anticipating around 3 million visitors a year. So this is a significant attraction for the City of Toronto that doesn't exist in the province of Ontario. And part of their concept is not just an innovative building, but their public realm experience. They're looking to actually expand the public realm on the West Island and create new park spaces to be accessible and publicly accessible for all. And activating, it's not just the building, but the public space that they'll be surrounded by is a priority for Therma. They're introducing a new public beach. They're introducing canoe and kayak facilities, wetlands, habitat creation, and ongoing year-round cultural programming with some national, international cultural partners. Next slide, please. Live Nation, we're probably all familiar with and have once upon a time been to a Molson Amphitheater Budweiser stage event. They're looking to take that fantastic experience and expand it into an all year round facility that will allow not just concerts, but other entertainment events to happen 365 days a year. They are protecting and retaining the lawns. So it will be an indoor-outdoor amphitheater experience. And they're anticipating around 1.5 million visitors a year in total. Just to note that these renderings are from the original submission and design is evolving, and this will not necessarily be the final design. And I think that goes for all tenants. Next slide, please. And Echo Recreo out of Montreal. Some of you may have been to their Old Port of Montreal facility. It's an outdoor, all ages adventure play and extreme sports experience. And they're expecting around 500,000 visitors a year. They'll also be operating equipment rental, boating, segways, bicycles, quads, to bring life to the island beyond the actual limits of their leased area and just create animation across the site. Next slide, please. So building out such a large site with multiple partners is a complex project, and the full build out is anticipated to take approximately 10 years, 10 plus years. This slide, at a very simplified level, shows you the general timelines and how things will be prioritized. So moving from west to east, the west part of the site will be the first area under redevelopment, and Therma will be one of the early tenants on site. This will be quickly followed by the adaptive reuse, the pods and Cinesphere, and then following that will be Echo Recreo and Live Nation as a future tenant. They have an existing presence that will continue to operate while the West Island is under reconstruction and development. And then once that is opened, the intention is to have Live Nation initiate their redevelopment probably around 2027. With regards to construction starting towards the west end of the site, we're targeting as early as 2024, 2025. Next slide, please. So the benefits that such a redevelopment will bring, not just the province, but the city are not insignificant. As we mentioned, there's 5 million visitors a year in total expected with this tenancy. That's to complement the 5 million that are across the street at Exhibition Place, creating a very significant hub of activity and spend in the city of Toronto. 3,600 new jobs, construction and FTE are expected. I would guess that these numbers are quite modest once we actually anticipate full build out and any kind of future tenancies. Next slide, please. So at a high level, this provides the overall process. It's essentially 3 phases. The first phase is sort of the launch and due diligence, that project initiation period. The second phase, which we've just entered, is the design, engagement, and approvals period. And this includes our EA process, our public realm design, tenant detailed design, and an official plan zoning bylaw amendment process, and then the completion of design work and EA approval, permitting, and development approvals. And then by 2024, 2025, we're anticipating construction to be able to start in a meaningful way on site. Next slide, please. So engagement opportunities are really layered across each of those phases. In 2021, as I mentioned earlier on, we've already had a number of events. We had the online survey starting immediately after the announcement in July, and then we've had 3 public events, each with around 150 participants, in 2 events in October and 1 event in December. As we moved into the design, EA, and approval phase, we have had a 4th event, and that was in April, where we launched the EA publicly, as well as a visioning process for the design workshop, where some of the thinking and issues that are going to be talked about today were identified by the public and stakeholders. We have 3 more public events through the EA process this fall, one coming up, tentatively scheduled for October, and then next spring and next fall. You'll also see the 3 DRP events that we have planned that fall in line with the OPA and ZBA process and run through 2023. Our intention is to have development approvals in place by the end of 2023 and EA approval also in place at that same time. I just want to flag at the bottom of the slide is Indigenous consultation and engagement. And so obviously the Crown has a duty to consult obligation, which they are leading. And in addition to that, that is being augmented by additional Indigenous engagement that's happening through the EA process, as well as the public realm design process. that Land Inc. Is leading and can speak to today, and MSP. And then with regards to the EA Indigenous engagement, that's being led by Jacobs, who are our EA lead advisors. So that's an engagement stream that runs throughout the entire project process, not just the design and environmental assessment approvals phase. Next slide. So as today's focus is about the public realm, we thought we would just take a minute to clarify exactly what the scope was that we asked from the market, and to what we're asking the design team to do with regards to Ontario Place redevelopment. So just to be clear, Land Inc. and MSP are the lead landscape design team that have oversight of the entire property, 68 acres of land. The main objective for them is to ensure that the site as a whole meets all health and safety and accessibility requirements, and is also, a high quality public experience, that's compatible across the entire site and unified and complementary to the wider Waterfront Toronto experience. It can be different, but we want it to work with that waterfront experience. So in late 2020-2021, IO led the procurement process to bring a world-class design team to lead this design. And in the RFP, you can see at the bottom what we asked for. And these are important principles that need to be reflected in the future design. So we wanted the legacy and the heritage of the site to be recognized and interpreted in a way that allows it to evolve and be updated for future generations. Ensuring full public access to the waterfront is critical. We needed accessibility to be a priority and AOAD standards to be met or exceeded. There's a number of environmental issues that the design team needs to address with a priority on flooding, as well as remediation and soil management strategies. We knew that the tenants would have their own landscape needs, and we needed to make sure that the language of the landscape read as a single destination. So having them collaborate across all tenancy as the oversight role was very important to us. Also, the Indigenous representation and voices we wanted reflected in the landscape. So we wanted a team that could connect with those communities across the province. And we wanted an experience that wasn't just about, the City of Toronto or GTA, but really spoke to Ontario as a whole and reflected the diversity of the culture and experiences of Ontario in the landscape design. And I think the last point is important. Just to call out, we were not seeking a new park or a completely new design. We wanted this to be about a modernization of the foundational pieces that make Ontario Place Ontario Place. So this isn't a scrape off and start again exercise. This was a repair and modernization process. Next slide, please. So what areas are we talking about? So as I mentioned, the team has oversight of the entire property. Its priority area is the government lands, so the non-tenanted areas, which are those green, mid-green zone called primary study area. The hatched areas are the public spaces, publicly accessible spaces that Land Inc. and MSP will have oversight of and will work in collaboration with the tenant landscape teams to ensure that a seamless landscape experience is created. And just for clarity, a single landscape design is being submitted and brought forward to the city as part of the development approvals process. So there will be a single plan submitted that integrates all pieces and all tenants and all government experiences into a single landscape voice. And to ensure that there is full compatibility here, our design team does have review rights of the tenant's work, and they are working collaboratively. So together, a unified landscape experience will be created. Next slide, please. Almost done. So, you know, to realize this modernization exercise is obviously not just a landscape process, and their work is both above grade and below grade. I'm sure you're all very familiar with the landscape kind of design requirements, you know, but it does include everything beneath the surface as well. So the stormwater management, shoreline repair, flood mitigations, you know, soil management, etc. And the team, you know, we have the landscape leads here today, but there is a full service team below them that has also been procured as part of this process with all the technical expertise required to make sure that, you know, the Ontario Place is positioned for the next 50 years from a landscape point of view. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ben Hoff, who's a partner at Urban Strategies, who's going to share the initial analysis and context review of the site. And I'll be sticking around, so I'm very happy to do my best to answer questions that you might have on process, you know, at the end of the presentation. And yeah, I'm excited to hear your thoughts on our initial thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. And thank you, the members of the panel, for this opportunity, or of both panels for this opportunity to present on what's a really exciting project. As Ross has mentioned, Ontario Place is an important place in the Western waterfront, and there's a real opportunity in this process to explore better connections to the waterfront and the city. So Ontario Place opened in 1971, and it was really a showcase of the province's history, natural resource riches, burgeoning diversity, and a spirit of innovation, and quickly became a really unique family-friendly destination, attracting visitors from all over the province and the world. So at a time when Toronto's waterfront was mostly active industrial, it was a kind of window into the future of what the waterfront could be, emphasizing entertainment, recreation, and importantly, public access. So made up of the three islands that Ross mentioned, connected by bridges and walkways, Ontario Place's original programming had the 5 pods, the Forum, the Marina restaurants, and the first ever permanent IMAX theater within the Cinesphere. But since that initial opening, the landmark destination has really adapted to the interests of Ontario's diverse communities. We've had new attractions introduced over the years that both enhance and provide new program offerings, but respond to changing consumer demand. However, over time, as everyone's kind of experienced, it's had to compete with larger destinations and has faced a lot of challenges in being continuing to be a major destination and attraction. And so, you know, ultimately resulting in its closure in 2012, partial closure in 2012. So this is really an exciting opportunity and a kind of next stage in the evolution of the site to realize its potential as a really important waterfront destination and to connect into the broader Toronto waterfront. And Ontario Place really is at a prominent focal point on the waterfront, connected to a larger kind of parks and open space network, and really accessible and nearby to existing and planned transit. There are you know three emerging regional transit nodes in Toronto's downtown that have that provide access to different parts of the waterfront. Emerging at East Harbour, we've got Union Station as a really strong existing node, but then exhibition spacing with the Ontario line coming in and GO RER improvements becoming a really important node and an important access point into the Western waterfront. And so we've got a variety of key destinations and activity anchors that are situated throughout the waterfront, and they provide a variety of cultural and recreational experiences. But the cluster of uses at Ontario Place, both existing and proposed, as well as at Exhibition Place, are really quite large, and the potential is here, building on the transit investment, to have a really significant place and a destination with convenient access across the city and the region. So zooming in at the gateway to the Western waterfront, Ontario Place has a real opportunity to better connect important connect to the surrounding city. Sorry, through the Exhibition Go station, the emerging Exhibition Go station, Exhibition Place, and to the surrounding parks to the east and west of the site. And so this transit hub is going to be a very important terminus for the Ontario line, and providing a strong connectivity and access to this whole precinct. And then here at this kind of gateway to the Western waterfront, there's a real opportunity to better connect important green space and waterfront public realm networks, to improve on a kind of last mile connectivity, to allow access from this important transit hub through to Ontario Place in a very kind of comfortable, convenient, and inviting way to allow access to the Ontario line, enhanced GO RER, existing streetcar service, and the bus service that all connects at this station. And so integrating Ontario Place with the city, into the city, and to reduce perceptions of isolation and barrier effects is a real priority, and in terms of tying it to the city as well as to the wider green space network. Ontario Place itself will be fully ungated, as Ross has already mentioned, free of charge for anyone to access it. Visitors will be able to walk, cycle, jog, and rollerblade, access the around the entirety of Ontario Place 365 days a year. And there will also be opportunities to design around connections through Ontario Place along the mainland, to kind of enhance connections for pedestrians and cyclists across the site. Now, Ontario Place has always been an important place for accessing water and celebrating the water. And so through this process, we have an opportunity to improve water quality, to ensure better water flow and opportunities for habitat creation, but also to upgrade shoreline conditions so that there are opportunities to directly interact with the water, and to encourage on-water recreation, such as canoes, kayaks, boating, swimming, potentially even skating. So these are all opportunities to better connect and engage with the city at the edges of Ontario Place. And then just to summarize some of the opportunities to date that have both Ross and I have discussed is, and this is work that's been developing over time, some of the principles for how we're going to approach planning for Ontario Place. And that's first, it's for all of Ontarians. And so it's to appeal to visitors across the province with a variety of programming, including celebrating Indigenous traditions, cultures, and heritage. That is a landmark destination, and that includes keeping the pods in Cinesphere and reinvesting in them, supporting a diversity of experiences across the island, but unified by the public realm, and defining kind of important gateway experiences across the island, including with continued waterfront access. And then finally, that it's rooted in its context and really reinforcing its location, its very unique location as an island, a created island within the waterfront, improving the Lakeshore Boulevard interface and the barrier effects of both Lakeshore Boulevard and the parking lots on the mainland, to integrate with adjacent uses as we've walked through, and provide that seamless kind of connectivity and experience of the waterfront open space system. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Tim, who will describe in more detail how we're considering, how we're approaching that.
Thanks, Ben. Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Naraki. I'm Associate Director at Mark Sports Partners, and together with Land Inc., we're the landscape architects focusing on the public realm. So building upon what Ben has just discussed, we've used a lot of these larger systems and this larger network to inform our work specific to Ontario Place. And I'm going to go into more detail talking about the mainland and the islands and specific needs and challenges that we're going to go through. Next slide. So a key part of the site analysis is also that this is such a special place. I mean, we were really drawn to this project because it's such a unique landscape. The fact that it's a series of different unique landscapes that really draw people from different ages, different walks of life. And it also has like a very strong nostalgic value that we thought was really compelling. It's also a place for leisure, it's a place for fun, it's a place for experiment. And we really took that seriously in our proposal for the project about creating this future, this future ready, bright future kind of project. Next slide. It's also that it's a visionary landscape. I mean, Michael Huff is a very important landscape architect, and the work he did at Ontario Place really exemplifies that. Next slide. And it's also a site of visionary architecture. The landscape and the architecture here are really inseparable, and we love the overall composition of the way the buildings start to work with the landscape, the water starts to work with the land, and how that's all a very cohesive composition. And we're looking to maintain that as the site is updated. Next slide. And it's an important thing to remember that the site is completely manufactured. I mean, it was lifted out of the water. It's an addition to the shoreline, and it's changed over time. It's evolved, and it's had many different iterations and reinventions of itself. And this has been partly to consumer demand. This is partly to the needs of the public. But importantly, what's always been the original design intent from Michael Huff is that the site has a unified public realm. That no matter what destinations occur or what destinations change in Ontario Place, the public realm is the unifying fabric that ties all of them together. And over the past few iterations, that these larger changes have come at the expense of the landscape. So our goal is to bring those things back and really exemplify a unified landscape strategy for the site. Next slide. So we consider this manufactured landscape as a benefit, and so did Michael Huff. I mean, he really instilled this attitude about making the landscape performative, about how the landscape can make spaces more comfortable, allow people to be protected from wind, from harsh, climate, but also orientation to the water. An important part of Ontario Place is that the different shorelines have character to them. There's ones that are more exposed and need protection. So those areas become these armored edges. But then on the interior, there are these softer, calmer spaces that Huff envisioned as places people can get close to the water, interact with the water, and there are these softer conditions. Next slide. And you can see that here where the pink lines represent these armored edges, which are about protection from the shoreline, protection from wave breaks, protection from flooding, while the interior calmer zones are about access to the water, about getting people close, about these calm spaces. And that was really about a key part of the choreography, where there were these expansive open vistas, but at the same time there were these closed, intimate spaces that were intentionally mapped along these pathways to create moments of openness and then moments of enclosure. Next slide. So we were really compelled by this idea of the armored lookouts because they accomplish many of the goals that we need to achieve here, which is really about making the site more resilient, which is about building up the waterfront edge, about raising the edge to prevent flooding. And Huff did a similar strategy, but he also created these special places within the revetment zone. And these are places that people can enjoy, like when there is good weather, like for the majority of the time, where you can have a barbecue, where you can collect and have, large gatherings of people. But it's really about these kind of shoreline armored gardens along the waterfront. And we really love this design. We think it's a great thing that needs to be restored and built up as we're building up the water's edge. Next slide. Because, I mean, as you can see here, flooding is an increasing problem on Ontario Place, and we're working on designing an appropriate and sustainable response to that rising waters. This includes areas of the marina, includes areas of the West Island and the East Island, and some parts of the Cove. And we're working towards different responses for each, because again, each side has their own character. There's different needs for the Cove in terms of improving water quality, as there are for the West Island, which is about protecting from wave uprush. So we're using those as a strategy to define the landscape based on these needs. And of course, raising the site will have impacts on the existing structures. This will be necessary for some of the structures to be rebuilt or changed, or their access redesigned as a part of the upgrade of the project in the site. So we're really thinking about how we reinterpret some of those buildings, how we build upon the legacy of the existing architecture, and how we complement the pods in the Cinesphere, which, as they're already raised above the water, will remain as they are. Next slide. So several existing buildings and facilities will need to be rebuilt, relocated, restored. This will be accommodated in the elevation change that we have to create. So many of these buildings are also in disrepair. Some of them were designed to be temporary. Some of them have no longer had a tenant. And we're looking at reimagining those based on future tenants or built when future tenants emerge. And there's certain strategies about what's the right size of these, what's the formation of these, and how they maintain the overall heritage of the site. Next slide. Okay, so this, but we also see this as an opportunity. I mean, some of the successes of Trillium Park and the reinvestment of this area in the site means that some of these structures can be more playful, be more appropriately scaled for today's needs, be more responsive to the weather and the climate of the site, and also have a reinvestment and a reinterpretation based on the new needs of the site, based on what we've heard from the public. Next slide. So based on our analysis of the site and its history, its original design intent, and its needs of the climate, we see the following principles as key to the landscape we're beginning to design now. So a lot of it is about restoring the spirit of the place. We really think the Huff and Zeiler design is really compelling, and it's the DNA of this island. It's really about the island. It's about how the island and the water and the architecture mix. But we need to actually update those to today's challenges. So it's committing to sustainability, resilience. It's dealing with flooding. It's dealing with spaces that are in need of repair. And again, seeing that as an opportunity, we think there's a much potential on this site to really increase biodiversity, increase tree coverage, increase park space, and really extend a lot of the successes of Trillium Park into the rest of Ontario Place. And this is something we've heard from the public, which is creating like an immersive natural experience, which is parts of Trillium Park are already beloved spaces, and they said they want to see more of that. They want to see more nature. They want to see more of these places that have meaningful tree coverage and are park-like. And we envision that for many spaces along Ontario Place. So at the same time, we've also want to create meaningful access and connections to the water. I mean, Marina here is a great destination for people to access the water, for people from other islands to come to Ontario Place through a water connection. And it's also a place for the public, as a public park, to find places to access the water in a meaningful way, whether that be in the cove, whether that be in the marina, whether that be on the Western Island. There are multiple avenues for how we want to have access to the water. Next slide. So and as we're beginning design, we know like those things, those challenges we want to meet can take many forms. I mean, there are many ways spatially to solve these problems. And what we want to do at the same time is create a compelling set of landscape spaces and park spaces that both respect Michael Huff's original design, but also amplify some of it, like create more drama, create spaces that are really about embracing that site on the lake that has that horizon, that has that overlook. And we think there's a lot of opportunity in that, and rethinking some of the spaces that have been manipulated since Huff's original design. Next slide. Okay, so from there, we're also looking at creating a consistent, cohesive public realm, which we really think is the original design intent, but also something that we take very seriously in all of our landscape projects. It's about having a cohesive design language that really ties an entire site together, especially these large sites. And next slide. So based on these aspirations, we've begun to articulate a vision for the site's public realm that adheres to bringing back that spirit we discussed, which is it's about a year-round lakefront destination for all Ontarians. And it respects Ontario's historic and natural features. It showcases diversity and multiculturalism. It honors traditions, cultures, heritage, Indigenous people. and is economically viable, and is a place people want to return to again and again throughout the year, is a place for winter events and summer events, and a place for neighbors to use it as their everyday park in a lot of ways, but also have the aspirations of being a provincial park that is drawing people from Northern Ontario to Ontario Place. And to do that, we know the public realm has to have a high quality standard for development. It has to be consistent, cohesive, attractive, and it has to really engage and enliven the visitor experience. Next slide. So as we're building up these aspirations and this kind of manifesto for Ontario Place, we are also dealing with the realities of the site, its opportunities, its constraints, and we're starting to build these up as the need, like what does the park need in a way to, you know, become a proper park. So it is about, you know, dealing with sound from the airport, from Live Nation. It is about dealing with waves overstopping and flooding. It's about dealing with the sense of arrival from Lakeshore Boulevard. And it's about really having a strong first impression from Lakeshore Boulevard. At the same time, it's about protecting from the winds, protecting from different variables that occur across the site that Michael Huff originally designed into its park as well. And it's also about retaining a lot of those original design elements from the Huff landscape. Next slide. So based on that, we've begun to develop that set of goals into a set of priorities as well. So it's about creating a continuous pedestrian trail along the water's edge. I mean, people really love to experience the edge of the park. Everyone's kind of along the edge, along the waterfront, and we're talking about how can we thicken that edge? How can we make those spaces inhabitable for more people? How can we build on what we learned from Trillium Park and use that as an opportunity for many of these larger spaces? And this also helps us improve the connections for the mainland. How do we create like more generous gateways from Lakeshore Boulevard to Ontario Place so that the park comes right up to Lakeshore Boulevard and it's not this item that's a bit further standoffish in a way? And then how about creating significant new public parks and open spaces that are at the scale and at the ambition of a provincial park? We also want to restore and enhance the water's edge. It needs to be repaired. It's in need of repair and reevaluation based on raising sea levels. But also it's about enhancing that programming and about enhancing that waterfront experience and joining that and merging that with the pods in the Sinosphere to create a holistic landscape experience. Next slide. So a preliminary design move is to create better and clearer connections from the mainland to Ontario Place. And we see that at these three key points. Each of these gateways has their own specific character. The central one's more about celebration. It's more about this you are here, Ontario Place moment at the park. It's about crowd management. It's about cleaning up the current road network, and it's about creating spaces that are pedestrian forward and about primarily allowing for the pedestrian to have access and right of way there. The east gateway is seen more as a multimodal entrance for people coming from the city, coming from the east, coming from neighborhoods to the north, joining bike routes, connections, making clear pickup and drop off for that area. But we see that more as an everyday local connection. And then the western gateway is seen as access to the Sinosphere and the pods to the West Island, to the beaches along the West Island, and about creating these clear connections across Lakeshore Boulevard. And it's really about making these more known, because right now, as driving along Lakeshore, it's tough to feel like where is the first impression happening? Where are you to go? And we think these would be really clear park destinations that signify that this is a provincial park. Next slide. And that really begins about folding in different types of mobility. There's different speeds of people who come here, and there are different speeds of people who go past here. So it really does begin about certain types of making allotments for bikeways, making allotments for different types of mobility, but also keeping some of those partitions so that people can go faster, people can go slower, and in certain spaces people can mix in a safe way. So it's really about making the right alignments and the right connections and making those very clear and direct across Ontario Place. That'll make sure these things are a success. Next slide. So our design work began with the idea of creating this generous connection and clear wayfinding connecting Ontario Place back to the mainland. And we do see this as a place of bringing Ontario Place right up to the front door of Lakeshore Boulevard, connecting through to Ontario Exhibition Place and creating this cohesive public realm that doesn't feel like they are two separate ideas or two separate spaces, but one conjoined and unified district. Next slide. So as we're beginning to build up this overall strategy for the park, we also want to enhance the water's edge, and that includes the mainland edge and the southern lakefront. It includes about restoring some of these armored edges at several locations across Ontario Place. And it's really about how do you change some of the access points and how do you change some of the relationship with those edges to either create a waterfront promenade along the mainland, restore beaches along the West Island, or really begin to amplify this destination feeling of the marina by adding in new elements to that site. Next slide. So in a lot of these places, we see them as either active recreational zones or tranquil green spaces, but they're all designed to protect the island and maintain a close connection to the water. You can have a resilient waterfront that is also inhabitable, that is also playful, that also allows people to get close to the water and really interact with the water. And we see this as happening in many different ways on Ontario Place. Next slide. So continuing to build this up, we see the interior of the islands as places to boost green, boost biodiversity, protect the islands, and increase tree canopy coverage. But at the same time, maintaining the topography of the original Huff design, where we want to, the existing landforms there become great spaces for sledding, for having picnics on lawns, for listening to live music. We want to maintain those existing topography and build up on those to create a more green park experience. We also want to create new opportunities for planting on the East Island and the mainland for sustainable priorities because, I mean, right now the mainland is a very paved and impervious space, and we're looking to really boost the permeability of that site and allow for the park to continue to grow along Lakeshore Boulevard. Next slide. So we see this building upon an approach to create an interior to the park that is, if everyone loves the waterfront, wants to get out to the water, we want to thicken that edge to create a bigger waterfront park, but we also want to add value to the inside of the islands and create a more immersive, multifunctional, multi-destination, year-round experience that works both summer, winter, and for large and small events. So we see this as at multiple scales, and we're working at it with multiple scales. Next slide. So we see these destinations at the interior of the island and allowing access to come from both the mainland and the waterfront. So we're shifting this from a summer destination to an all-season destination. And we want to support activity at a variety of scales across the islands and allow people to have reasons to come back again and again. You know, some of those are park experiences, some of those are through the tenant partnerships, but it's really about creating a cohesive place that people can continue to love and come back to and bring their kids, etc. And we think this is an important way of doing that by having multi-scaled, multifunctional event spaces that can change over time. Next slide. So our goal is also to integrate Indigenous placemaking, and we've been very cognizant and aware of the importance of this at Ontario Place, especially from what we learned in Trillium Park. So right now we want to create a seamless connection for them between their input in the landscape, where it's not so much these are become places for Indigenous placekeeping. We want to make the site a cohesive narrative that really engages with local communities, and we've been engaging with local communities already across the province and seeking their input as part of this process. Next slide. So we're currently working and listening with those partners, and we're beginning to find locations where these different interventions or landscapes become appropriate. But we're also looking back at the original Huff design and the original Ontario Place design to see what is missing, what needs to come back. And one of those things we really found compelling was the idea of the Forum, which was a large-scale gathering place for different types of events, indoor, outdoor, and different scales based on having certain kinds of architecture or park structures or topography that starts to allow for different uses to occur. So this originally was on the site where Live Nation currently stands, and we envision moving this to the East Island as a place of creating a flexible gathering, celebration, large-scale event space that can be programmed, have a broad range of year-round events, and really give a lot more structure to the East Island as it currently stands. Next slide. So at the core of this strategy is also our input on sustainable design and innovation. I mean, we really take this through all of our projects. We really take climate change. We really take the needs of addressing climate change very seriously. And that has it has as much to do with protecting from storms to creating resilient food networks to creating power. All of these things are tied together in these series of loops. And we're pushing now as like the island has a benefit of being a quantifiable, calculatable space where can the island have the capacity to generate its own power for the public realm through sun and wind and geothermal? Can we, sustainably power all of the public lighting throughout the entire public realm on the island itself? Can we be a self-supporting green energy generated, solely to maintain the needs of the island? So these ideas are currently developing. We're working through them with our engineers to see what's possible and what the needs would be for that. But and again, it's starting as part of our overall design intent. So we're looking at ways of layering those in. Next slide. And the goal of all of this still is to go back to the original plan for Ontario Place, which is this idea of a unified landscape, that there are different destinations across the site, but they are unified by one public, cohesive, green public realm strategy that is playful and embodies that playful spirit of Ontario Place. So we see it as something that's iconic, we see it as something that's innovative, we see it as something that's structured, and the landscape begins to really build upon those things and support the other items that happen in the park. So thank you, and look forward to your questions and discussion.
Okay, thank you, Timothy. So it's 10 after 3, so we'll go for questions and comments. And if I may, I'd like to lead off with one question that stood out for me. I think it was on page or slide 46 of your presentation. And you referred to the parking lots as the first impression. Yeah, that one there. And I didn't hear anything in your presentation about what is your vision for the future of those parking lots as it relates to a green, comprehensive public realm. So maybe I could lead off with that question.
I think I can take a crack at that and then hand over to our design team. But the parking at Ontario Place, just like the parking at Exhibition Place and any waterfront destination, is an important consideration. So part of the site is being retained for parking, and the idea is to upgrade that surface parking experience and bring in current green standards and kind of optimize that opportunity. And then the idea is that, there's a commitment to provide additional parking to meet the demands of the tenants, as a significant new destination in the city. So there will need to be a below grade parking solution introduced as well. And then ideally that would relocate the surface parking that's currently contained on P1 to a below grade opportunity to create a new public realm, front door plaza experience for Ontario Place. There's also, there's a lot of competing interest on that little bit of mainland where we have parking, we have pickup and drop off, we have bus service, we have shuttle bus service, we have a last mile contemplated, there's public realm, there's Martin Goodman Trail, there's a promenade. So lots of competing interests that need to be carefully designed, but yeah, overall the theory is a mix of above and below grade parking, a new plaza space, and then a smart design to accommodate all those other competing uses.
Okay, so thank you for that. I'll go to the panel, and I'll start off, I think, with Fatty again, online. Fatty?
Yes, thank you so much. Just to clarify, I'm still not 100% sure what the answer is. So is there a phasing for the parking to eventually become something else, or is there a kind of interim state in which it would be public realm and then transferred into something else, or will it be built up into some more permanent, infill? Yeah, sorry, Just to clarify.
No,
Yes,
so,
all of
so
them.
it's, I mean, obviously the construction phasing strategy is a long way off, but the early intention is to have P2, which is where that black car is shown on the drawing, continue to, on an ongoing basis, provide parking. And then P1, which is the other big lot to the west, west, would be redeveloped for the below grade solution. So we would need to, that would be happening concurrent with some of the other construction happening on site. So the demand for parking at the site will obviously fluctuate with construction happening on the site. So while that west zone is under construction, the idea is that the mainland parking would also be under construction and demand for parking would be reduced. We'd also look to work with the city and our exhibition place partners across the street on a precinct-wide solution that would make sure both destinations can meet any kind of parking requirement.
Sorry, just another really quick question for Timothy. Is there a strategy for preserving any of the mature trees and canopy and the vegetation on site, things that have been planted, 50, 60 years ago and is thriving?
Yeah, we do envision maintaining much of that, which is also part of the strategy for why we're keeping the topography, because if we start changing some of the topography, we have to take out those trees. So for example, like the hill where the current slide tower is from a previous iteration of the park, we would maintain that in that tree canopy almost entirely because we don't want to really change or manipulate the side of that hill. Similarly, on the space between the on the East Island between the marina and the lakefront, we would want to keep a lot of that space as well because it's very mature, grown in. It's actually a really nice environment to be in currently. It just needs a lot of upgrades to surfaces, finishes, and some of the planting. So you can see here where it says existing landforms, we would envision keeping much of that area intact, and similarly to the area west of that, where those existing trees and smaller pathways are. Therm is also looking to maintain as much of that as possible on the West Island.
Just to add to that, Tim, we're going to use the same technique that we used on Trillium Park, where we had the shoreline revetment work integrated into the existing planting. So to raise the waterfront shoreline path, we didn't necessarily need to remove all of that existing plant material. And the way we step it back will be one important way to preserve a lot of those waterfront trees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you. I'm going to go to some of our city panel guests. Joe Lobko, please.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I have, I think, two questions. The first is, I guess maybe building on this, I didn't see an existing drawing that described the topography, the existing in other words, the existing natural conditions. I'm missing that, and its interrelationship with soil conditions. I understand that there is a challenge with respect to soil conditions and trees that are on Ontario Place. So my first question is about, have you got a comprehensive analysis, comprehensive documentation of the topography, existing trees, soil conditions, so that we really do understand, because I missed this in my review. I didn't get it from your presentation. Just, what are you starting from? That's the first question. The second one is maybe one to Ross. When I look at the West Bridge, it looks like a connection, and you guys have all discussed the importance of connections. It looks like a connection that is effectively dominated by private enterprise, with maybe a few inches left for the public. And I gather, there was a diagram the city showed of the tenant arrangements and tenant area versus public area. It looks like right from the get-go that there's very little public connectivity happening at the West End. And so could you just explain how fixed in stone is that? I appreciate we're not reviewing the Therme proposal today, but the topic of public realm and connectivity is huge here. It is the critical issue. And so, you know, what you've put on the table looks like a pretty challenging starting point. So could you explain, please?
Sure. So the Therma facility and the Therma public realm experience and the government public realm experience does include a new public access over to the West Island that's integrated with the Therma facility. So that's actually expanding the capacity of the existing bridge over to the West Island from the mainland. So that will be an expanded capacity and better experience for any public users and bikes and pedestrians and all modes. And it will also be able to handle emergency services. So that's a significant upgrade at that west end to the West Island. With regards to the connection over over Lakeshore Boulevard, that's something that we'll be working with the city on to improve that access and the capacity required. That's outside of the Therma obligation and responsibility. So that's a province-city partnership piece to make sure that that is also fully retained as public and meets the demands of the project.
Thank you, Ross.
With regards to the first question, and our landscape folks can probably confirm, but the province has completed a full analysis of all the trees on site, as well as all the survey work, and that's will be part of the application process and will inform the landscape design process as well. There might be more that Land Inc. or WSP.
Yeah, so just in environmental soil condition, Ross, that aspect of it is in a public park.
So we have done that testing and across the site for all areas, and have a full understanding of the condition of the soil and where any issues are. And it will be part of a remediation strategy and a record of site condition process.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe, let's go back to our panel. David, go next.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks very much for your presentation. I just had a couple of questions of clarification. One is that just in terms of Joe's question on the existing ecology of Ontario Place, is there a strategy being developed that would see a kind of compensation for areas of the site that are going to be fully developed? For example, the Therma part of the site, I'm just noticing from some of the air photos, and not that it's fairly heavily treed. And is there an understanding of the ecology, the current ecology of that site, and what needs and what the approach would be to the remaining part of the site to compensate for that loss? Like, is that kind of analysis taking place? That's one question. And then another question on kind of the metrics. So I'm considering these kind of metrics related questions. Another is the scale of the events that you're imagining, or the scale of the various programming elements that you're imagining from a kind of human habitation perspective, and whether you know that at this stage and how that will be calibrated, relative to the other potentially ecological needs and ultimate design of this public park. So those are the two questions.
So for the first question, yes, a full environmental survey, 4-season survey, has been completed to understand the ecological habitat and condition and species at risk analysis and extensive environmental documentation has been done across the site. With regard to compensation requirements at this time, we're expected to work with the city on the standard requirements and agreements that would need to be done to receive any kind of building permission for those for any kind of impacted habitat or any kind of compensation requirements. So the intention is to work through the established processes. And with regard to the second question, I think maybe MSP could speak to that.
In relation to the overall, like net ecological value of the site, we are looking at offsetting some of that for the development zones. I mean, we're really boosting a lot of the permeability and green space and tree coverage on the mainland and the East Island where it's currently lacking. And part of that is to offset some of the development sites construction that will be removing some of those things. So, and we're always trying to really boost that to have a net gain across all 3 islands in the mainland. And we're aware of that we're losing it in certain spaces on the West Island, and we're really trying to bump that up on the East Island to compensate.
And maybe I'll just jump in response to the question of the scale of program elements and the population. I think a starting point for that is the access strategy and improvements to access, how people get here. A big part of that is stripping away surface parking lots and a whole lot of circulation and servicing area in favor of landscape and open space. But then providing those improved connections so that there's clear points of arrival and kind of a welcoming opportunity for pedestrians and cyclists. Some of those and a majority of those will be coming to attend events in defined spaces, but others will be coming to the island. And I think this question of resiliency in design is not just about climate resiliency, but it's also the resiliency of the park's infrastructure to accommodate people. And I think Tim could probably speak to the Trillium Park and its success as a destination on the waterfront, but also how its design has actually can accommodate large numbers of people and the kind of heavy usage that doesn't adversely impact the ecology of the park itself.
One of the statistics we could pull out from Trillium Park is it was 95% paved surface when in 2013, and 2017 it became a 90% natural surface with something like 8 to 10% paved surfaces. So we hope to try to achieve something similar on the public realm site. Currently, we know the paved surfaces cover about 77% of the acreage, and we hope to really convert that number down to much more in light of increasing the natural areas. We want to kind of offset the amount of impervious material that's going to be taken out of the West Island, just to repeat that again. But even the paved surfaces, we're looking at the Toronto Green Standards to try to implement the dealing with runoff and stormwater and infiltration.
Okay, I'm going to keep moving on. I'll go back to the city panel. Jessica Hutchin, do you have any questions?
Sure, I've got just one.
Okay.
You mentioned the western point of the West Island would have additional landform creation. Is there any other sort of lake filling being considered?
So we recognize that that West Island does need some additional public realm being created, and so that's recognized. Our principle is to minimize any lake fill that's required in any other locations on the site, but we also recognize that there is significant shoreline repair required, so there may be some fill that's required in order to realize that. And then, so across the remainder of the East Island, but again, our principle is to minimize that or have it explicitly connected to shoreline repair requirements. And then with regards to Live Nation, they're currently working to confirm any kind of fill requirements that may be needed, and TRCA are involved in that, and they're in very early discussions there. So we don't know exactly what that requirement might look like right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'll go back to our panel. Betsy?
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very much a high-level presentation about really big ideas that, I mean, are all obviously really encouraging to hear from the landscape team. When the panel's starting to ask you questions, though, it's clear there's a lot of detail that you know that we don't know. And so what I'm just a little afraid that when I get to my laundry list of comments at the end, a lot of these things, maybe things that you've covered and won't be able to respond to because it's a comment at the end. So can the landscape team just fill in, like, how far along are you on the planning? Do you actually have delineation lines between public space and private space? Is there more that you can potentially bring to the tables to help us with our questions and even our commentary on this presentation?
I think the I could start with that, Tim.
Yeah.
One of the original slides that showed the tenant sites really does show the boundary between private space and public space. However, the level of planning that we're at right now is really to prepare alternatives for the public meeting in October. So it's not really hard line finished design of any specific area. In fact, it's really the opposite. Is to try to present the public with options, alternatives, ideas to try to evoke more input. And that's the whole goal for this next iteration.
Yeah, I think the build on that is there are some ideas and different design options we've started to build up and review with Ross and his team, but we really haven't come to decisions on those yet. A lot of them it's still in the programming stage where should event spaces occur here or on the mainland, or should some of these circulate? So we're getting clearer about circulation, about circumnavigating all three islands, and about the connections, and about like a clear, say, promenade along the mainland. But we haven't gotten much further in terms of definitive things. We're still testing out and test fitting items.
Okay, so just as a follow-up then, the whole West Island is shown as a secondary study area, which is presumptively a private development, but you're 100% sure you can get a pathway around that will then put a bright green primary study area line around that secondary study area piece.
But so this map, just to clarify, this map is when we say secondary study area, that means that Land Inc. and MSP are working with the tenants on a design solution for that is complementary to what's happening on the rest of the island. So they're doing.
Yeah.
So they're doing. So for example, the pathway, they will be working with that tenant's landscape team to ensure that the extension of the William G. Davis Trail is accommodated appropriately in that area, and they'll work with them to ensure consistent width and materiality and experience and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we mean by secondary. It just means that there's additional players at the table.
Okay, thank you.
This question's come up a couple times, but just to let everyone know, there is a consistent minimum 6-meter waterfront trail that goes around the whole island, including the West Island, which accommodates access for fire services and ambulance as well. So it's a continuous, consistent waterfront trail that crosses over those zones.
And I have a final comment for me on the content. And I'm not sure, I apologize, I'm not sure if the question was from a city DRP or a waterfront DRP, but there's a waterfront DRP, as you probably know, is a very explicit requirement as to what gets covered at what stage of the process. And we tried to meet that requirement with the content of this deck.
Okay, Betsy. Okay, I'll go back to a member of our panel online. Bridget, are you there?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I just had an initial question. So this I understand to be issues ID for public realm. Will there be another issues ID for built form at some point in the future?
So our plan is to report back in the fall with one on built form.
And that will be an issues ID session?
I think we can discuss that with Waterfront Toronto and City Design Review Panels to how they would like that to be run. To be honest, I wasn't anticipating that, but perhaps it could be integrated, or we're open to how that can run.
I guess I only bring that up because in the presentation, you described the building and the landscape as cohesive, and it was brought up several times as to how important they were together. And I guess I just felt like here we are looking at the public realm, but it is, by nature of describing it as the public realm, it's excluding any built form. We're not looking at that. And if they're really meant to be understood cohesively, I just think we probably need an equivalent issues ID session related to the public realm. I also heard very clearly this issue of the DNA of the island, and I heard kind of discussion about its heritage and then also future proofing to really address, sustainability, resiliency. And I guess I wondered whether there was accurate documentation of the Michael Huff vision to use as a baseline condition. So actually documenting as built in whatever year, Ontario Place's landscape looked like this number of trees, pathways, just a very accurate representation of the original vision of Michael Huff. Because I feel like, I would have thought that might have been a kind of important contribution to a presentation like this. And I guess I would like to see any future landscape presentations, not only to describe the Huff vision as built originally, but also the kind of its evolution, its deterioration, because we just right now have no reference point. And then I guess I'm a little bit confused because then I heard all of the attributes of Trillium Park. It's actually, when you see it in plan, a pretty small area relative to the rest of Ontario Place. And we reviewed Trillium Park at this design review. We're very aware of its evolution and all the issues that were part of the design content. But I would say for me, the Huff vision and integration to the build form and landscape as a cohesive condition and Trillium Park are two different approaches. And so I'm kind of just left a bit confused as to what the overall direction is. So I've heard maybe different and slightly conflicting things. Like I've heard in the presentation, a desire to maintain the existing topography, and then slides where there's a kind of exaggeration of the existing topography. And both, are valid, but I'm trying to process and understand, again, we're at an issues ID phase, but I guess I feel some of the information we're receiving is kind of diametrically opposed, like Trillium Park versus a retaining and almost a heritage approach to the Huff vision are two kind of different things. So again, I guess I'm looking for much more specific information, especially at an issues ID phase of what the original Huff project is. Also, I feel as we move forward, you're adding 3 quite different programs into the Ontario Place site. And in a kind of issues ID related to built form, I guess I would like to see how the existing heritage buildings, the Zyder buildings of Ontario Place, would actually fit into the 3 new buildings. That would be pretty reasonable to understand and to be able to share that sort of existing information as part of a issues ID related to built form presentation. And then I would think that for me, in a landscape plan, especially with this kind of idea about a kind of the public realm being really important and cohesive, I would love to see a servicing strategy evolve as part of this, because you have these man-made islands, you need to have emergency vehicles, parks, maintenance, you know, food deliveries, back of house. There's just a lot of stuff that, you know, each of the different programs actually need. They probably don't share much stuff, or there's not a lot of overlap. And that actually is part of the public realm, because they have to get from the kind of lakeshore to the islands. They have to, there's a lot of kind of back and forth. And I guess that for me was something that I felt, even in an issues ID phase, there should be some kind of recognition that that's actually part of the public realm and needs to be integrated with the public pathways, bikeways, and all of the other kind of public amenities that go with it. And I guess I'm having a hard time meshing how those public pieces would interface or not with the service pieces, service components that I think is kind of key to the successful functioning of the new built form that we see as just these bubbles right now. Thank you.
Okay, is there any commentary on that series of questions? I realize many of these things will continue to come up as we evolve through this process. And I want to give others on the panel an opportunity to ask questions.
I guess I can comment on a couple of the questions. You know, the evolutionary history would be a great thing to show and present. What we've done in-depth study on Michael Huff's original plan, but we really focused on the principles of the plan and the idea that this landscape was put in place to originally protect the pods, but secondary was to create microclimatic conditions and use a regional landscape principle to designing landscape spaces. So we've taken a number of those ideas and those principles, for example, landforms, and we've suggested at a very high level, you know, how can we preserve those landforms where they support that same principle? How can we create new landforms that support that principle? So we're in the process of investigating, you know, microclimate conditions. We're you know, looking at doing an in-depth analysis of the microclimatic conditions based on the new tenant site built form, which will have a great effect on the conditions and transforming this landscape into a four-season environment. So it's not necessarily to try to recreate what you know, the edges that Michael created, but you know, there was inspiration from the softer inner waterways. There was the inspiration from, you know, really experiencing the robust waterfront conditions and allowing that experience to happen. But also, and Trillium Park, I think, very much also follows in the same way of these kind of conditions and really the natural history of creating microclimates. And this is what we did on the South Point. We called it the Summit, which created incredible microclimate conditions just north and to the east. So that is what we're extracting from Michael Huff, not necessarily trying to recreate the same pathways, because the needs and the uses on the site have changed. So how can we use those principles to create the same glue that pulled Ontario Place together from a landscape point of view? And it's a challenge with the new uses of the site.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep moving on in the interest of time here. I want to give everyone an opportunity. Back to our panel. Gina, any comments?
Yeah, I just want to back up the things that Bridget said and say I was going to ask if there was any mapping done to sort of say what was cultural or heritage landscape of value beyond the shoreline design intent, which I think is what's standing in for that now, but I think you guys covered it. And then my other question was really if you could talk a little bit more about just program in the landscape, like what are the intended uses of these park spaces and places beyond sort of just connected green space? Just curious, is that part of an alternatives scenario evaluation you'll do in the future, or is that something you're thinking about now?
It's something we're starting to look at now. I guess to answer the first question is we did an in-depth analysis of the original Huff landscape, and we've shared that as like a way of beginning like our first few meetings with Ross and his team. We've shared some of that here, but really it's just really to hit home that like not much of that landscape is there. It's been changed, it's been manipulated, and a lot of the site uses that have evolved over time came at the expense of the existing Huff landscape. So we are trying to preserve what is still there. And at the same time, we're not trying to recreate what is missing because the needs have changed. And the needs have changed in terms of what the public is looking for in terms of access to the water and different recreational spaces that we want to try to accommodate on the East Island, but still preserve Huff's design intent about creating microclimates, protecting from the wind, and allowing for this space to get used more times of the year in terms of like Huff writes a lot about the combination of topography and mid-story planting with trees to really begin to keep the temperature more comfortable so this could be used for longer periods of time, especially being a waterfront site. So, and then to jump to the second question, that kind of starts to inform what kind of spaces we're trying to create as park spaces, where we're looking at creating playgrounds, we're looking at creating recreational spaces for different types of sports. We're looking at passive, groves of trees with spaces for people to gather. And those are kind of being shaped out of that mid-story and tree canopy planting that we're seeing as a way of reinterpreting Huff's design for those new needs.
Okay, thank you. Anna?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions. It has to do with the relationship between the tenanted portions of the site and what's on offer. And that's specifically, you talked, I guess, Ross, it was you, about Therm and an Eco-Creo having public programming. So my question is, from that, twofold. One is that public programming all paid programming? So in other words, you can access that program with payment, or are there programs offered to the public that are free of charge? And the second thing is it's made me wonder if there are a kind of, let's just call it a sphere of influence outside the actual built areas of each of those private entities that would enable them to essentially block off a greater zone of space to have outdoor activities or spillage that would then require a different form of circulation for the public.
Okay. So there is, so each of the tenants has very interesting and exciting programming planned. And Therma has some agreements in place or close to being in place with some fantastic partners that I think are on their website if people want to do a deep dive into that. But the commitment that's been made is that the publicly accessible spaces will be fully ungated and free access for all people, members of the public, to benefit from. So things like the beach and all the public space around the Therma facility will be open and public and non-paid. And that's a foundational principle to the redevelopment, and Therma is fully supportive of that. I think it's also important just to note that in addition to the programming that's going to be done by tenants, whether it's music-based or cultural-based like Therma, government also wants to protect for our own programming on this site, the cultural side of things, which is why we're creating this kind of event space opportunities on the East Island. So there will be free government-led programming, whether that's Canada Day or Pride or Caravana or one-offs. You know, that's also an important function of the site that we're looking to improve and enhance through the public realm design.
Well, I'm not sure you've answered my question though. Like it would make sense to me that in the public area on the east side, an event space would be free because at least according to your maps, that's public space.
Yeah.
But, and I've no doubt that Therma and the other ones are, you know, thinking up really great activities. But the question I have is, who accesses those activities? Are they paid activities? Is everything on offer with the tenanted spaces only accessible with payment?
So
Because
maybe
that makes a
so-
difference in terms of how we understand the public realm design.
So the entire site will be open and ungated, and you don't have to pay to get on to the West Island or anywhere else. And maybe we can flip to the site that shows the leased areas, and I'm not even sure it's on there. So it's not shown. So essentially, so all the hatched area will be open and accessible. Where there's the light green, if you go into the facility to use Therma Spa through the front door, you pay to get in. If you go to Live Nation to go and see a concert, you pay to get in. If you use the zip line at Echo Recreo, you pay for that. If you want to go to the West Island and see, I don't know, an event by one of their program partners that they're running in their public space, publicly accessible space, that is not, at this point in time, that is not a paid activity. So the general principle is that when you walk into those facilities to use them, there'll be a payment, but the public space around it is generally free.
And has there been any consideration about the delineation of those two precincts? Like, is
Jana, it's Chris.
Oh, sorry.
We're not really here to debate Therma today, or
No.
to debate public versus not Jana. So we have to just move on to other topics. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was about to make that comment because it's inevitable how these two are intertwined. Let's keep going. Emily, I believe, do you have any comments?
All my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go back to one other member of the city panel. If you're there, Julie O, is it?
Yes, I think a lot of them, I'll keep it really succinct. Hi,
All right.
can you hear me?
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah. Just one question about the flooding issue that you had. What data are you using? Are you using the historic water level data, or are you using the more recent extreme water levels that happened in 2017 or 2019? And also maybe if you're looking at sort of the new projected 100-year water levels as well.
Yeah, we're using the more current data based on the recent events. We're also looking at new projections that have been given to us as well with our shoreline engineers. So, as an example, the 100-year flood used to be 76.1. Now it's 76.2. The 500 flood used to be 76.4. Now it's 76.53. So we're looking at those, but we're also engaging in the thought that there will be increased water levels over time. So while we are protecting pedestrian systems from flooding and wave uprush, we're also allowing some areas to flood, and allow. One of the things that we've learned is many indigenous medicines actually are found in areas that have intermittent flooding. So when we look at the internal cove, there might be an opportunity to allow certain areas to flood while we have boardwalks that allow for protected, accessible areas. So we're studying so we're studying all of these cases in point. And I think Tim also mentioned that we're trying to preserve, I think it's the red maples on the South Shore that are at a lower elevation that do flood, but they also survive flooding. So there's a way to create a protected zone, but also create and maintain some of those areas that have intermittent flooding or wave uprush.
Thank you.
I think just to add to that quickly is that in some of the areas we're pulling in that line of where we're raising, so we're not raising the entire island right at the edge. Some of those areas are remaining low, to kind of reiterate what Patrick said.
Okay, let's keep moving on. Remember, we're still on questions here. We're going to have quite a laundry list at the end. Matthew Hickey, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Paul. I've got to jump after this as well. So would you mind if I did my comments right after my questions?
Well, if you have to leave, if you want to make them, I'll take them down.
Thank you. My first question, thank you for the presentation. Would you mind elaborating and describing what the Indigenous consultation process looks like for this project, as well as which specific groups, Indigenous groups you've spoken with?
So I'll let Landing lead that, because they're, for the public realm piece, are leading that. But I would just again reiterate that in addition to kind of the engagement that they're doing, there is ongoing Indigenous engagement for the EA process, as well as the duty to consult. And EA is being led by Jacobs. Duty to consult is being led by the ministry, and Land Inc. is being led. And public realm is being led by Land Inc. So I'll let them.
Do you know who they're speaking with?
We do, yeah. So I'll let those guys fill you in on the
Patrick,
details.
you're on mute right now.
Sorry, yeah. It's quite a comprehensive plan. We were given a list of the rights-bearing First Nations for this area, and then as a minimum, and then encouraged to open that up to other urban Indigenous groups. So the ones that we're currently engaging, the Huron-Wendat, the Mississaugas of the New Credit, Six Nations, Kawartha, Curve Lake, Skuglog, Hiawatha, Aldervale, which are the Williams Treaty First Nations. And then we're also reaching out to, the Métis Nation, the Ontario Federation of Indigenous Friendship Centers, the Toronto Aboriginal Social Services Association, and its member agencies, the Anishinaabe Health Toronto, the Urban Indigenous Youth Leadership Group, and First Nation, Métis, and Inuit community members that may access Ontario Place site. Now, many of the communities don't have the resources to engage themselves in the process, and in these cases, the province has helped them by bringing some of the nations together and consulting and engaging with us in a group. They've also brought in people to help facilitate their own needs versus ours. We also have an Indigenous engagement specialist from Minokamik. It's an elder, Shelley Charles, who is leading that process on our side. We've had a number of sessions already with about half of the ministry-defined First Nations that I've listed, and the process is going really well. So we're getting great feedback. We've had a site workshop and a walk of the site with Six Nations, and we've opened that up to other nations as well. We're learning a lot about the diversity between a lot of the nations. We're not trying to group them as one group, and I think we're learning that the diversity and how we acknowledge that diversity on site could be really the strength of the new Ontario Place. But we're at the stage right now where we're listening. We're trying to keep. That's why also the designs are very high level, so that there's the proper input from the Indigenous communities can be incorporated into any of these kind of pre-planning moves that are happening on the site, which are, in many cases, pragmatic and following, high-level design sustainability principles. But that's where we're at right now. We're at the first stage of 5 main stages that we're undertaking as part of our work plan. Each one of the stages corresponds with the formal public events. So there's engagement before, during, and after each public event. With each one of the First Nations, we've got formal engagement, and we also have informal follow-up sessions that we're open to. And for instance, the MCFN have requested a number of additional meetings to meet with their youth group and their elders. And so we're maintaining flexibility to accommodate each First Nation as they require it.
This is fantastic to hear. Thank you for that.
So Matthew, you want to be brief? If you have to leave to make your comments, I'll make an exception so we can capture them.
Thanks, Paul. It's only just one item. I would encourage the group to look at biodiversity below water as well as above water. There's an opportunity to take a look at this interface between land and water on this site. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your answer.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for hanging in there. Peter.
One brief question. You mentioned this Terra Design Center is taking over the pods and the dome space. Could you give us just a little bit more information? Are they setting up a special program for children, or is there going to be a program around ecological systems and nature, something like that? Any more information, just briefly?
Yeah, so to be honest, there's not really more information available on that. What's happening is discussions on what's most appropriate for their programming in that type of space. It's obviously a very unique space and merits a unique program that would relate to Waterfront and the legacy of the site. But specifics around what it's going to be are very much not determined at this moment. So it's early discussions.
I think I heard you say that as a first step, the envelopes would be restored and the space is preserved, correct?
We're doing right now, in fact, we've initiated repair work to the exterior of the building envelopes, and we have our city permits to do that work to prevent further deterioration. So that is an early, both the Sinosphere and the pods. So that's an early priority, and they will be adaptively reused for a future tenant. And right now that's envisioned as a science center.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, Pat.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Question, is there an enclosure or a fence around the private venues that separates the public part of the park from those venues?
There will be in some cases. Also in the design for the Therma development, there's a natural grade separation, which is kind of creating something like a haha, which is a grade separated elevation, which causes that fencing along the outside. But we're not at the stage really to look at the design of that, but that is going to be something that's very important to the overall look and feel of the public realm, and it's going to be an integrated process.
Okay, and Kevin.
Thank you very much. I appreciated hearing there was a potential opportunity to integrate on-site renewable energy, maybe power, on-site illumination. That's great. I'm just wondering if, and I also enjoyed the commentary on really trying to examine the initial landscape design, the intents there. I'm wondering if there's if you considered, and is it a possibility, using the landforms, maybe amplifying the intents of those with some more on-site or higher powered renewable production. And I guess I'm thinking about wind. I just see this as a great opportunity. And I'm wondering if you see it as a great opportunity that perhaps there could be some higher powered renewable energy production on there, like, you know, a wind farm, I guess is what I'm thinking of. Is there an opportunity for that?
One of the things that we've studied is bladeless turbines, which are, you know, they have they're more environmentally, I guess, sensitive, and they may have a home out on the ship piers that are currently exist, which are the most exposed parts of the site. We've also looked at you know, what are the potential of harnessing some of the energy in the wave action that comes across those piers. So again, these are just very, very high level research at this point, but we are looking at something that potentially could be integrated, whether it's a you know, a significant power source, or whether it's a gesture for interpretation and education, will yet to be determined.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that completes the round of questioning, and what are we doing? 4 o'clock. I'll go to comments, and remember, this is not about the proposed uses, as Chris has said. This is about the public realm. So please confine your comments to that aspect of it. And I'm sure we will have a good list. So Betsy's smiling, so why don't you start?
Oh, thank you so much, Paul. Thank you again for this presentation. I know it's complicated and big, and I'd encourage you, when you come back for schematic on the public realm, to bring all the detail you have, even if you think it might be too much. You'll have fewer questions, which is great, good for you. You'll have better commentary. The team from Landing certainly knows this, because we went through this with Trillium Park. The snippets that we're hearing about, the more specific ideas you have, like the idea of the flooding coming in under a boardwalk, are really exciting. And we want to hear all about that. We want to see the lines, see the detail. So that's just sort of an encouraging note for the next review. So I have a big laundry list. For the continuous pathway, you could potentially look at the Portland's development to see how the bike paths work through the area. So it's not just the Martin Goodman Trail, but a path that comes all the way through the site. When we review private developments, we always talk about the POPs and how public are the POPs. And some of this kind of reminds me of that issue where if you're sharing both, say, a bridge that's both public and has a private component, make sure the public component is super clear, really accessible, so it doesn't feel private, but it still remains public. That's more specifically on the West Island access. That's something we're absolutely going to have our eye on. So if you could actually present that specifically, that would be really helpful. Maybe look to the parking below grade at the power plant. I think that was a really successful waterfront project where they increased the amount of parking below grade. You were able to expand the public realm planting areas, as well as having an area for festivals on the ground plane, removing that parking. So that was, I think, a really great precedent that the panel had a lot of input into. So something kind of not similar to that, but, you know, looking at that as a precedent would be really great. Potentially, in terms of transit, contemplate a water taxi terminal. So you can actually get people from the central waterfront to this area, because you know, if you're on the central waterfront, and you're on foot, you're not going to probably walk here. But there's a lot of stuff that I know both the public and the private developers would want people to come to. So if you could water taxi here, that would be fantastic. And then my list for the public amenities, cafes, kiosks, shade and shelter, access to the water so you can launch your own stand-up paddleboard or go swimming, lots of bike parking, year-round bathrooms, not just relying on the ones that serve Trillium Park, because those are going to be way too far and kind of there aren't that many there. And water fountains, cooling areas like a splash pad. And then, of course, the edge of the public realm is going to be really important. So if this public realm has all the amenities that we would expect in any public realm in Toronto, it's going to be hugely successful, no matter what it's adjacent to. And the fact that it can really take advantage of the water's edge is going to be just a bonus. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this detail come through in the next presentation.
Okay, thank you. Betsy, I'm just going to go around here to keep it simple, then I'll go to the city panel. So Janet?
Thanks. And if I was too strident in my questions, I apologize. I just have one comment, and that would be that I would think it would be very valuable, and what I would like to see the next time, and I'll use the analogy of when we're working in Revit and we talk about clash detection. I would like to see a series of diagrams that actually charts, similar to the ones that you showed for the landscape, that chart the public, the service, and the private circulation routes from all the access points in and down to the water on a 24/7 basis, so we can really understand who's moving where when. I think the idea about the service should be a part of it, so we really get a sense of how people are moving through the site. The fundamental change will be these very static private elements within a web of public circulation. And it's really important, I think, for us to see the quality of that circulation.
Okay, thank you. Emily?
Thanks for the presentation. I agree with what Betsy said. This is a really complex project. It's really layered. I also agree with Jenna that because of that, it is so layered. It's really important to see some very precise drawings about it, even at this early stage, because it is a built condition that has very specific issues that are going to drive where you can actually have that flexibility of introducing new program and new ways of thinking about the project. And I appreciate all of the design ideas that you presented, but it would be really helpful to see how they actually are starting to overlay on the site in terms of opportunities, not specifically where they are. I know where you are in the process, but there are some existing conditions that you would have to be responding to no matter what. I'm also really curious about the whole edge of the parking and what that is as a threshold in, and it's unclear the mix of potential for programming there. And so if that's something that could be better understood and described next time that we see you, especially with the suggestion of having underground parking, and then what that does to allow for the open space to actually start to engage and become an edge that it in itself becomes a destination that then can bring people into the islands themselves. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
I think the whole setup of the project about this becoming a place that moves away from kind of boom and bust kind of uses to something that's more 24/7 was really nice all year. And I just wonder what role public realm can play in that. It feels a little bit like what they say parsley around the pig, that the venues are the pig and the landscape is the green buffer around them. And instead, I think the landscape can do more to bridge that space and to offer program that starts to extend those uses. So I like the discussion of like destination children's play, lots of water access, but what are the other ways you could think about options or alternatives that test a wild range of program characters and identities? Maybe one is just purely nature immersion, nature engagement, access to the water, but maybe one is more hyper focused on programming that really brings people to the landscape more regularly in the same way they're used to coming to the venues. So I just think there's huge potential there in identity giving and exploration. And so just encourage, as you say, you're going into options, that there could be a really nice range of ideas tested.
Okay, David.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Paul. I just a few comments. I'll try to keep it focused on one or two key issues for me. And just full disclosure, I worked with Michael Huff for more than 20 years. We certainly had many conversations about Ontario Place, and Michael's landscape theories evolved significantly, all landscape architects, here would know that from the 1960s and 70s, early on in his practice, through the later on his writings and whatnot, focusing on urban ecology. And I certainly don't think that he would want Ontario Place viewed through the lens of preserving his 1970s vision of landscape. He'd want it to, he'd want a much more kind of holistic, ecologically based approach, I think, adopted here. So I think that there is a kind of tension there. You certainly don't, I certainly wouldn't recommend that you be slavish to that 1972 vision. That wouldn't do any justice or honor to his legacy. So I think that that's something you really need to think about. It would be helpful, as was pointed out earlier, to understand more about what you think those cultural heritage assets are and what role they play in this overall evolving vision for Ontario Place. Secondly, just along the same line of thinking, these waterfront sites, play such an important role from an ecological point of view. As you know from the Trillium Park work that you've been involved with, from the island archipelago to to the new mouth of the Don revitalization, Leslie Street Spit, this too plays a very important role from an ecological perspective. And I think we need to have a clear understanding of what your vision is of the ecology of the island, and how this future programming, public realm programming, in a sense, is going to be carved out of that shoreline ecology, rather than the ecology being a kind of fringe around the outside of this. I think the thinking needs to be more holistic here. So anyway, just a couple of high-level thoughts for you to think about coming back to us with. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
I'm going to sit with Betsy's list of amenities. I thought it was pretty comprehensive. I would just add some more clear of the ecological systems that are there and that need to be enhanced. Biodiversity, Matthew's suggestion of, below water attributes of the site. And I noticed in one of your diagrams, there were stagnation issues around water. So hydrology is important might require some re-engineering. And I look forward to a comprehensive SD set. And I don't mind that it's a long set. I think you're dealing with a very complex and very public amenity that is enjoyed by lots of people from Toronto and Ontario. So make a good job of it.
Great. Pat?
Yeah, thanks again. I feel like there's a bit more public realm than maybe you're showing. For instance, if I get on to that sort of perimeter park path, if I don't want to make the whole circuit, how do I get back? Like, am I just stuck on this sort of exterior loop? And then, so I would reiterate what Jana said, which is, it's, I think, really important to understand public circulation, semi-public or POPs, whatever you want to call it, servicing, because I think there's a kind of overlay that you kind of can't avoid the internal circulation of the park. Like, I just don't think you can kind of say that this is the project around the perimeter and not pay attention to the kind of porosity or movement from the public through the rest of the park, or even just how does a public actually access the main door of one of those venues? That in itself is part of the public realm. So I think that's really missing from this set of diagrams. And then lastly, I would really encourage to be no on-grade parking, if at all possible, would be really great. Like exhibition, C&E is horrible because of all of the surface parking. So if you can kind of upgrade to eliminate that, that would be really a bonus.
Okay, I'm going to go to our panel members online, then I'll finish with the city panel. Bridget, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, great.
I mean, I think that in the question period, I just raised some things that I feel I would like to see moving forward. Both the way that servicing is addressed for the buildings, the approach to the cohesiveness of built form and landscape, which I think was brought up, I think are really key issues. And I agree with a lot of the comments that my colleagues have made about items that we want to see in the future presentations. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Fatty?
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation, and I really appreciate both the complexity of this project and the kind of public sentiments and sensitivities around it, as well as, you know, the overall intentions that the team is presenting. It does feel like at this stage, many of the ideas are still very broad and general, but they're all really important to establish as a baseline from the very beginning, like a continuous public access, especially water access, year-round activation, respecting the Huff and Zeidler design intentions. You know, we often talk about the pavilions as important heritage, but we don't talk about the landscape. So I'm really excited to hear that this team talks about the Huff landscape with the same kind of intentionality as the buildings and pods. So in general, even though a lot of these ideas are still very broad, there's no design specificity, I think it's important that we establish them as critical. Also, you know, Trillium Park is a really successful place. It's absolutely stunning and well used, and does kind of it's really exciting to see what this team can bring in relation to it. So I would imagine a kind of continuation or evolution of Trillium Park would be, you know, a huge success. And I was going to mention one other quick thing that I think is really critical here is the idea that this place is built on artificial fill and itself is an island that interfaces with water in ways that you might not be able to even just crossing into closer to lakeshore. So I would say designing with that intentionality that you started to talk about in terms of seasonal flooding or allowing topography, land and water to meet, and how that influences biodiversity. I think these are things that Huff would be actually really excited about. And then lastly, something about kind of an idea about how important microclimates are here. You know, again, the wind and the sun and the rain are really intense here, especially the wind. So maybe thinking about how planting and windbreaks and walls and other things might actually help alleviate some of the harsh climatic conditions in different seasons would be something really important to integrate into the design. And lastly, I was just going to echo that the surface parking lot is actually a huge psychological and physical barrier to cross. So whatever iterations of future public realm design ideas, I think these surface parking lots really need to be considered, both in terms of their environmental performance and all the terrible runoff they create and pollution and salt and heat and flooding and all of those things, but also at the same time, just the ability or the kind of thrust to allow people to cross from Exhibition Place, from Lakeshore, from the city to the north and accessing the site. Walking through these parking lots is really not a very pleasant thing. So that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Fatty. Kevin?
Thank you. I just, you know, this project is hugely challenging, but I think, you know, you're already identifying the great opportunities that can arise. I want to follow through on my question with respect to could an overlay on this, and I realize that this would be difficult, but I also feel like it could be quite innovative and potentially prosperous. I would like to look at the site with one more overlay, which would be this idea of renewable energy production. There's a variety of technologies out there that we can rely on. I think right here, this opportunity of wind is interesting. I do understand how difficult it is, but the reason I'm saying this is that looking at a master plan where we have tenants, those tenants are going to have to develop facilities that are going to be net zero emissions. So how can the master plan enhance the opportunity for the future development to become zero carbon? And is there an idea that perhaps some of the tenants can buy or own or rent or lease on-site renewable production? That's, for example, if there is you know, powerful wind turbines, because the wind is strong here, can that help offset the emissions for the final installation? So I'm just hoping and encouraging that one more kind of overlay, even though there's been lots performed on this site, it can be a you know, a renewable energy map to see maybe it's not feasible, but the end installation here, these facilities will have to be zero carbon. So how can we encourage that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now for the city panel members who are hopefully still with us, I see Joe up there. So you want to lead off, Joe?
Sure, Paul, thank you. I actually do have a number of comments. Let me first of all start by thanking Ross, Tim, and Ben, and I believe Ben, some other of your colleagues on the call for the work thus far. Deeply appreciated. But I also want to kind of start with, like David, maybe just kind of with some acknowledgements about things. Our firm has previously worked for the province on thinking about the future of Ontario Place prior to the previous provincial election, just to let everybody know that, just in the full declaration. As an avid Toronto downtown kayaker, I've spent a lot of time paddling around the place and love it. And I think also wanted to just acknowledge something, in my view at least. There's a bit of a sequence of operations challenge that is not the fault of anybody in this room, in this call, but it's just the way things happen sometimes when you're dealing with public space, levels of government, and stuff happens. And what I mean by that comment is that normally, in my experience, at least as an urban designer, when you start to imagine a large place like this that's got a history, you begin with a large vision, and you begin with a public realm, a street and block pattern, if you will, and then you look for the opportunities where the private sector and private space can augment, support the public space. Appreciating the unusual history of Ontario Place and the need to find a way to bring life to it, we are where we are, and I just accept that, just to say. But I'm just saying as well, with the team that are charged now with bringing this alive for all of us, you do have some challenges because of the sequence of operations challenge. I think we're probably all in agreement that we don't want to make this a theme park. I was an architecture student in the 70s, and I did not grow up in Toronto. I was a Carleton University student. I remember in 1973 being invited by a colleague to walk down Yonge Street to go to Ontario Place on a weekend and discover this incredible new place and the future of Ontario. And I was blown away by that day. It's one of those days that hangs with me. It was a wonderful experience. And so to me, Ontario Place is an aspirational place for our province. It's about what we can aspire to in the future of our province. I mean, why did it become about, I don't know the whole history, but to me, what I experienced as a young architecture student was the future when I walked down in 1973 Yonge Street and got here. And so to me, what I about the language that Ross and Tim and Ben brought to the conversation was your aspirations. You have wonderful aspirations for the place. But a broad comment, I did feel a bit of a gap between your words and the drawings and the actual, okay, how do you deliver on those words? So let me just say broadly, I think there's a lot of great aspiration that you have, but it's really hard to pull this off. And you guys already know that. So let me just hit very quickly on some themes, I guess, that are hitting me. What is not coming across to me is a real understanding of the place that exists now. And I understand Land Inc.'s history on this place and et cetera. But the set of drawings that you provided did not give me a sense that you have really analyzed, understand the existing, nature of the ecology that's there, the environmental conditions, and why can't this be a model about how Ontario looks to deal with climate change, water rise, temperature rise? How does this place generally aspire to be a model for how Ontario is going to manage all of those issues. That aspiration I'm missing, and I would like to add, and the analytical basis for where you go with that, I'm not quite seeing yet. A second big theme that I think you spoke to, and you said all the right words, but candidly, I'm not believing you yet, and you're not showing me evidence that it's there. And may I just say, this is not merely a provincial challenge. This is also a municipal challenge. Can you imagine people arriving at this new Ontario line and thinking they're getting to Ontario Place, and then there's this last mile of a rabbit warren of the CNE to negotiate before you get there, and then you arrive at Lakeshore Boulevard. Tim, you kept referring to Lakeshore Boulevard as the arrival. With respect, Lakeshore Boulevard is the arrival for some, yeah, if you're in a car and you're driving. But for many people, and hopefully for more and more in the future, that's not the way you're going to arrive in this place. And so this is not merely a provincial challenge. I would just put to both municipal and provincial officials, how do we make the arrival from when this wonderful new Ontario line, how do we connect that beautiful place up there to Ontario Place in a really meaningful and strong way? And the diagrams with green lines are great, but the arrows across Lakeshore Boulevard look good. You all know on this call, not so easy to pull off. So I would like to see more meat. So what I'm saying is lots of good words, but I'm missing the meat, so to speak. Just to add a couple of obvious things to me, if there is surface parking at Ontario Place south of Lakeshore Boulevard 20 years from now, this project will be a failure. Let there be no doubt about that. So that one, there is a huge opportunity, I think, between the Lakeshore Boulevard and the waterway that perhaps is unrealized at this point, and maybe more could be done about that. I think, candidly, the largest concern I have so far aspirationally is the whole West Island and the arrangement with Thermi. And I appreciate early days, you're going to show more later, it's all in development, but the notion of a 6-meter minimum public water's edge promenade, I get that that's the minimum you need to bring a fire truck around, but that is not nearly good enough. Let me just say, on an aspirational basis, with respect to the public realm on the West Island. If the West Island and the West Axis is also intended to provide access to the Cinesphere and a renewed science center, I think, and I appreciate we're only seeing some things and you've not really shared much is my sense. That would be a place I would just advise this great team. Please spend time in thinking about that West connection. It's not looking good to me right now. And the extent and nature of what I think you're hearing, which is how the public works through the West Island. And one other declaration, I helped master plan the Evergreen Brickworks in the Don Valley, a public park, provincially owned, municipally managed in the park, with a not-for-profit partner and a whole bunch of other partners who bring life to the place. So another model there are all kinds of models about taking public space and bringing lots of private sector players into it, but it's still feeling public and leaving room for all that. My nervousness is the West Island at the moment is not feeling that way. It feels like basically a private sector operation. That may be just a perception, but just so you folks are aware, that's coming across at the moment in your presentation. And I think the whole issue of private public on Ontario Place is huge. It's a very important issue for you folks to pay attention to. I know you're doing so. There are, in fact, significant grading issues from north to south. I didn't hear anything about that. And those are also opportunities. So I would like to see in a future presentation, much more attention to the topography and the opportunity that results. I also believe there is some serious contamination at Ontario Place. I didn't hear much about that. Maybe it's a non-issue. I think that may interface with mature trees. How do we want to hold on to those mature trees? Where are they all? I didn't diagrams that showed me exactly where those are and how that intersects with soil quality. So I think that would be something I would also urge folks to pay attention to. My final thing is something Betsy said about this is an incredible place for people to go and just be in the water in a gentle way, whether swimming, like adding swimming here in a really great kind of Copenhagen way. For example, the kayaks, the paddle, you know, the SUPs, all of that stuff, and a really important addition here would be terrific. And Paul, thank you for your patience. I think I'll stop it there.
Thank you for those comments. I'm running out of paper here. All right, Jessica, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and the many engaging big ideas presented here today. Understanding that it's still very early in the process, my comments will be focused on issues of environmental and ecological performance. So, you know, when looking at this incredibly unique and important link in the waterfront, I strongly encourage you to continue to take a really close look at how these three islands made up of these sort of manufactured landscape typologies are currently contributing or not to the ecology of the place and the surrounding area, and exploring how these functions can be amplified and not just enhanced to compensate for loss elsewhere, I think would be a really good opportunity to explore. Furthermore, understanding that the role of innovation, I mean, it played a integral part in the creation of Ontario Place and what was sort of on display there. So I would encourage you to push that idea of innovation when it comes to how we combine places for people with more naturally productive environments. You know, there was definitely mention of a few moves that begin to suggest considerations of this sort, which, you know, shoreline upgrades, improving water quality, these are all great, and I strongly support those. And then just looking like those soft edges that exist on site today are mostly, you know, lawn and riprap in the quieter areas. And so when proposing these be maintained or kept and enhanced, we should obviously be improving them while also sort of maybe looking at how that heritage understanding of how these spaces were maybe meant to be perceived by people. So there's these layers, I think, that need to continue to be developed and explored. And then, as others have mentioned, the improvements to the tree canopy should really be detailed and explained. You know, it's difficult to tell if there is a net gain in biomass on the site or not. So perhaps as the design progresses, more metrics on the place would be useful. And likewise with the flexible event space, it sort of creates a bit of a hole in the plan. So again, exploring how this place can work with a more sustainable approach to flexible, wide open event spaces. Not an easy task, but how can we introduce soft landscaping that's going to work with current events and future events to make it a more hospitable place, especially when it's not used for events. And just a couple additional thoughts, ensuring circulation around and through the site to make sure it truly feels public and free of charge is, of course, very important. You've heard that today. You know, the moments on the West Island and the adjacencies to these event or to these sort of lease spaces is really important. But also how to get the public into the interior park spaces. So it's not merely an edge condition experience. Like obviously getting to the water is extremely important, but there's moments where, you know, getting to the interior is going to be really critical, and how that works with the occupants of the site is going to be critical. And then I agree with Betsy's comments around the idea of water transportation and perhaps creating the opportunity for a landing space somewhere here for future expansion of that mode of transportation. And then, you know, I echo the comments you've heard from others about programmatic explorations that are to come. And I really look forward to seeing what you come up with. Thank you for your work to date. You have a wonderful challenge ahead.
Thank you. And I believe Julie O is still there. Are you?
Yes, I'm here. I'll try to not
You
repeat.
get the last word.
Thank you, and I'll try not to repeat what maybe previous members have said. I think this was a great set of analysis and issues of identification. Clearly, there's a lot of sensitivity and thought that had gone into it. I think the project has presented a lot of possibilities, and you started to get into your answers now, but because there's so many interconnected opportunities, I think prioritization of one goal impacts one another. And I think that's why you're trying to be careful. But there were many times where I asked myself, if two priorities come to a conflicting situation, which one wins? And I don't think, I think that's where the team is trying to figure it out now. I think, for example, on the subject of sustainability, I would love to hear a mission statement. And it kind of goes along with what, Kevin was talking about. But even if we start with the mission statement, this will be a net zero energy, net zero water, waste, carbon. I'm not saying that you have to tackle all of that, but as an example, I really encourage the project team to commit to a certain statement early, so it's clear that each of the study area, what it is that they need to accomplish, and how each of these conflicting moments will come to a resolution. I think one comment I want to make is really more maybe a comment to IO than the design team. I would strongly encourage the province to explore the extension of the high-level offshore breakwall to protect against the wave action during the high lake level periods. Currently, a lot of properties adjacent to Ontario Place are all tackling the rising water levels and the latest extreme water levels. And I'm not sure cost-wise, I don't know how much money is set aside for the flood protection of the Ontario Place, but whether a grander gesture can be made to protect the communities beyond just Ontario Place, because this is something that all the communities along the shorelines are facing right now. So just wanted to put that as an early exploration that could be done before we go too far ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think everyone's had an opportunity, except me, to try and summarize all this stuff. So I'm going to do my best. I'm going to start with the obvious that, first of all, we thank you for the presentation. We all agree it's very challenging, but it's also exciting what opportunities do exist ahead of us. And I guess there's a number of key themes that have come out. I'll try and cover those and then relate to the laundry list, as we've called it. Perhaps the first one is just the starting points. You've heard many comments from people saying they really want to see more of a documentation of what's there now, what's of value, what is the tree canopy, what's the topography look like, what's the mapping of the cultural value of the landscape. There's a long list of things, but starting points. Make sure it's comprehensive, a full analysis, so we all agree on those starting points. Second, as a theme, I think, is you've heard many comments about a clear delineation of public access throughout all aspects of the site. Various comments about, if someone arrives at the front door, let's call it, how do they get from all, the west to the east, to the center, to the interior, to the perimeter of the site, without having to necessarily, decide to pay to go into one of the three private uses that are going to be part of that. So that's really, really critical. And comments about 6 meters around the perimeter doesn't quite feel right at all. And it needs to be bolder and more expansive. And another one is just the public access to the site from the land, from the water, from the bicycles, and especially the reference I really appreciated from the new Ontario line station, which is going to be generally in the vicinity of where the GO station is now, as we understand it. That's quite a hike to go from there to get to this site. And I think a more extensive treatment needs to be thought of that last mile. What is it? What does it look like? How does it feel like? Is it inviting? How do you get there? Is it pedestrian only? Is it a shuttle? I don't know, whatever, but that's really, really, really important. Also, another theme about look to other precedents. You've heard a lot of commentary about the parking, surface parking. It's needless to say, none of us here would love to see surface parking continue. That goes without saying. And there's been various suggestions, and you've indicated a consideration of looking at below grade parking. And one of our members talked about the precedent, I believe it is of Ontario Square at Harbourfront, which used to be surface parking, put parking below grade with a wonderful public space on top, extensive landscaping. In fact, some people I know, or they come to visit me on the island with the boat over there, and they say, gee, where do I park? And I said, well, it's Ontario Square, go to the underground parking garage. They can't find it for all the vegetation because it's so gorgeous, you know? So, I mean, that's a great precedent to take a look at. Another one that's a precedent is the brickworks. It's been mentioned, you know, an opportunity of public-private partnership, if you want to call it, how to animate a very important space that is private yet feels still very public. And I think that there's a lot of lessons in that needs to be taken a look at. Adding to the laundry list, no question, water taxi access. It's a no-brainer. It's very close from the Western Gap to the first access point for water taxis. That should be absolutely a must. The list of cafes, the kiosks, the year-round bathrooms, biodiversity, opportunities to swim, you know, the list can probably be endless, but I think it's really important that that list be comprehensive and all those aspects be looked at. You've heard strong support, obviously, for year-round access. We all agree, as I believe Joe Lopko said, you know, it is what it is. So let's make it wonderful. Let's make it, let's, you know, grab the aspirational aspects of this. And Joe's experience back in 1970, I had as well, a little bit earlier than 1970, but nevertheless. Mine was in the 80s. Yeah, well, mine was in the late 60s. But anyway, first time you see it, think, wow, right? And even went with, you know, Ontario, place to stand, a place to grow, all that kind of stuff with Expo. So those are powerful memories, and you want to create new aspirational memories for today's population and tomorrow's population and for future generations. So that's a great opportunity. Also, many members have talked about how impressed they have been with what happened at Trillium Park. You know, it's beautiful. It was before the panel. We had a lot of comments, a lot of input into it, and I think it's a great model. One of the other things that I heard in the presentation was how you were so proud that Trillium Park went to 90% natural and 10% paved. Great model, right? See if you can match that or better it, because I think it's possible. You've heard opportunities for microclimate. You know, energy goes without saying, given the wind that certainly hits the site from the west, not only, you know, in the off-season months, but in the summer, the wind and the waves very, very strong as they hit Ontario Place from the west. You've heard concerns, though, that the West Island still feels very private. And I think that's justified, that speaks to the need for continuous public access throughout the site without necessarily feeling that you have to pay to gain that public access throughout. Another comment was in terms of we'd like to see a complete strategy with respect to servicing. In both the public access, semi-public access, private access, what are the service routes? How do people move north, south, east, west, throughout, etc., in the public sphere? And other related comments, there's so many here, I can't capture them all, but I think an important one, I too was interested in the potential role of the Science Center down there. And I think it'd be fabulous to have the Science Center in the pods, but we'd need to hear more about that. What is that? After all, the Ontario line's going to connect the Science Center to Ontario Place. So this could be really important. And of course, the Indigenous consultation process, very, very seriously. And Matthew, our panel member, asked a lot of questions about that. And I'm sure he's going to be paying close attention to that. And maybe a final area I'd just like to touch on is how does the sort of original built landscape relate to the new built form landscape? I think there was a series of comments there that I think is worth pursuing. So many other things. I'm sure I haven't captured everything, but I hope that's helpful to give you a pretty good sense of feedback. I would just end by saying, we all care about this place. We want to work with you. We want this to be positive. We want to see this to be just phenomenal. But it's got to be done right. So we're here to assist, guide, and give you feedback. So I'll give you an opportunity to respond to what you've heard, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you for that. There's a lot to listen to and a lot to hear and filter through. And thank you for 3 hours of your time today to hear our initial thinking and on where this can go. You said it, everyone wants this to be a success and everyone cares about this project, everyone on this call and everyone, who we speak to about it. The feedback we received today will be incredibly helpful, for when we come back to you to understand what you're looking for and what you're looking to understand better, and where some of our gaps were that we need to work harder to fill. We do intend to come back to you with a lot more detail on the design. Just to be clear, today wasn't about showcasing the design. It was the kind of issues analysis and preliminary thinking and inspiration. So don't think this is the design. We'll be back to you with that. But we do hear your comments on, understanding better, better understanding of existing conditions, clarity of network and circulation, the importance of ecology and a more prominent role that it can have, clarification around the public-private relations and public access, the role of sustainability, in the project as a whole, more meaningful integration with the precinct and how we navigate that, in the West Island and the importance of that public experience. And just one small point of clarification, because I don't want the panel to think that I heard it a couple of times in the comments. We're not contemplating, it's not a 6-meter public realm around the edge of the island. That's the width of the William G. Davis Trail that will be extended. The public realm is obviously much greater than that. So I don't want anyone on this call to be confused and think we're only introducing a 6-meter public realm. That's not the case. But we'll be able to show that to you next time in detail, and we're excited to come back and hear your views on that. And, obviously the design review, City of Toronto and Waterfront is a huge source and resource to be used to inform the design. But we're also concurrently talking to our Indigenous communities, speaking to the public, speaking to other stakeholders in the project, and we're collecting their feedback as well to inform the design. So when we come back to you, it'll be following some of those events, and we'll be able to provide you with some very meaningful design for you guys to bite into and provide creative feedback on. So from my team, thank you very much for the time you've given us, and we look forward to coming back to you with some schematic design work.
So do we. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
4:45, Mike, we're supposed to end at 4:45. We're 5 minutes over. Slipping. Okay, so I don't, Leon, there's nothing else we need to talk about or cover, or is Chris still on the line, or?
No, I'm here. I don't think there's
Oh, you're
anything else to
there.
cover.
The Sharks haven't got you yet.
Not
Okay.
yet, not yet.
Chris, do you want to say anything before we adjourn?
No, I don't really think so.
Make
I
sure we're gonna go in
think
camera.
Oh, I'm sorry.
go, yeah. So
Go ahead, Chris.
go ahead.
So do we want to adjourn and go into camera for your discussion or comments?
Can't really hear you, I'm afraid.
I think that's the smart thing to do.
All right, so I think I will thank our city guest panelists. We're going to go into camera in the waterfront panel briefly. So thanks for your input.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll see you again.
Thank you.